Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. We're going to continue where we left off. We're about to start the Dutch Grand Prix. On our Haas save, we are getting very close here. I believe that means we have 8 races to go this season. So we'll see how we can do that. Hey Poconaldo, nice to see you already. Very... But yeah, we're going to continue where we left off. I'm just going to double check that we actually have everything on the car. I think we got this sorted last time for the most part, but as you can see, we don't have the new chassis installed on, I believe, it's Schumacher's car. So let's get that out of the way. Front wings are good. Rear wings are good. Side pod's good. Still only have one underfloor. I believe. Yeah, so we'd have to take it off the other car. So we're gonna have to make a new one. Yeah, I started a bit earlier today. Just started. Yeah, it's gonna be good. I might do a longer stream where I just push through season 1. For the Aston tomorrow, I just basically have a little bit of editing left. I'm trying to cut down on dead time during races, so we'll see how that ends up being, if it's good or not. But yeah, I think we can just go to the next race right away.
It's another historic weekend.
YouTube is telling me that I should cut down on my bitrate, but I'm gonna go ahead and say no to that. I think that would cause some unfortunate lag, so I'm gonna leave it as is. We do have a lot of car power, well, engines here that we can use for Schumacher, because we did take those penalties last time. I also shot myself in the foot with Magnussen. We won in Canada. We had back-to-back wins, so either the race before or after Canada. I can't actually remember the order. Give me a second here. Baku. We won Baku before we won Canada. Now I think about it. It was the street race. We probably would have won Austria too, surprisingly enough, if KMAG didn't have the... if it didn't spin out in first, and then it spun out again, denying us a potential podium, so... Austria 2 was very, very unfortunate, but it could have been neat. To be fair, though, we had a bit of luck on those wins. Let's see, we really not have a lower rated engine. We don't. That's a bit of a waste, though, using a 74 engine for practice this late in the season. Yeah, it's looking good. Let's just get the car set up for practice. Power through. We are at the Sandvoort. I believe we want to high setups here. This, I believe, is the one that's actually formed like an arrow like this, maybe? I think it was something like that. It's close to that anyway, so we'll just do it like this. And see if we're close or not. Got 1-2 in quali, 2 penalties, pair spun. That's pretty nice, honestly. Taking advantage of the AI is a skill. Magnussen 4th, that's unexpected. Magnussen 4th in practice. But yeah, I'm looking forward to just trying to power through right now. And maybe do a bit of Season 2 testing too, because I really want to get the Canadian game with Latifi and Stroll started soon. Rain quality, KMAG about to cook. It's the thing though, we haven't actually had a lot of luck with rain qualities, and the car is fast this weekend by the looks of things in practice here. Less than a 10th of Paris, well, basically a 10th, let's be honest. Also, Leclerc, Verstappen taking penalties. It's going to help us out a bit. To be fair, also, the reason why Magnussen is so much quicker in practice rather than Schumacher is because he has that new underfloor. He has that second iteration underfloor, so he does have a pretty huge advantage there. 97, I think we'll let the AI cook on that one. Hi, Jason. We could. Honestly, the underfloor right now is really the only thing we were lacking. Verstappen is running back again, 2 tenths ahead of us. But we did beat out Perez in this practice. So as their engines decline, we might have an advantage. Again, also for this practice, Magnus is running a fairly high engine at 68. So that probably also had an effect. But we're going to use the fresh engine here because it is, as you say, a chance of winning. To be fair, any driver is kind of bad in this game because there's only really 1 or 2 stats that matter. So can't really make any interesting driver builds, so to speak. Maybe we pull up a pole here. Would be pretty nice. We shall see. Let's see. I think we're ready for quali. This first one at least will be in the dry. Cars are set up correctly. Gearbox should be fine, 60%. Let's get into it.
Radio check, Mick.
I might have sent Mick out a little bit too close to Schumacher there, but sorry. Mick a bit too close to KMAG, but it should be okay. Battle is going to be a bit of a roadblock here, I think. But it's just Q1. We should make our way through easily. We could try and do 1 run, but again, we did kind of get roadblocked here because we are way far behind Leclerc. So we'll have to see what we do here. Saying only pace stats matter, mainly your braking stat matter. That's your main one, and then your other 2 pace stats. Latifi World Champ is really hard. Honestly, I'm gonna be making Latifi World Champ with restrictions, so I think it will take us probably 2 or 3 seasons. Honestly, even as things are standing now, which is a bit concerning. Mainly because over the course of 3 seasons, we'll be able to get Latifi's braking stat up to the point. The braking stat is just picking the braking point. It has nothing to do with lockups, really. Unfortunately. Braking stat is basically the pace stats seem to only work for how quickly you get the car around the track. I think we are safe in Q1 here. We have 7 tenths down to Ricciardo. But yeah, basically, if you read the description, the reaction stat is supposedly the one you want if you have a lot of lockups. But I've been playing some Aston.
Okay, you're coming back to us now, Mick.
Some what's it called? Some games on Aston today to finish the tomorrow's part. And generally, we've had no real accidents there. That's probably because the cooling is close to 70-80%. So we have 1 accident over, I believe, 4 races, if I remember correctly, alongside like 1 lockup. So it's a bit awkward. Honestly, the stats are kind of a bit weird. You would expect the braking stat to have an effect, you know, on braking and lockups, but doesn't seem to really be the case. Lockup might be affected by control, and I should check driver stats. Honestly, I can't do it now though. I forgot about Drogovic. But it's either control or reactions, one of them. Hi Jack, how you doing? To be fair though, like we have 50% brake cooling, and KMAG's making a lot of mistakes too, even with high braking. Like he's in the 90s. So I think brake cooling does have an effect on lockups, but again, I just feel having higher pace is more worth it than focusing on a brake stat for, you know, getting consistent midfield finishes rather than the occasional first place. But that just might just be my preference. Let us see here what we can do. Oh yeah, I'm doing a lot better. I'm having a lot of fun with the game again, Jack. Can finally comfortably sit again. So yeah, Magnussen's decent amount of time ahead. I think we're safe here though, with rain starting. No one should be able to beat the times. Leclerc might be in trouble. Verstappen, Perez. That's going to be interesting to see if they can eke out some good times there, or if they're going to maybe go out in Q2.
Sounds like someone's locked up.
So far, it looks like either Verstappen or Leclerc might suffer it. Although, to be fair, in the wet, I think they'll beat out Perez, Show... Sorry, not Perez. Maybe not Perez, but Show Rick. So this is going to be a bit interesting. He should, yeah. I believe Leclerc also has penalties now, both of them made it through by the looks of this. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Leclerc, Verstappen, Gasly has penalties, so if this has been the case, we would have had a good starting point, honestly. I'm gonna send them out on this, and then we'll have to see once we get on track if we do a very quick swap to fresh ones. I'm glad you enjoyed, Jack. It makes me happy to hear that, honestly.
Radio check.
Let's have a quick look. There will be no rain this time, so we'll do a scrub and then fresh at the end. And then we'll have 2 fresh subs for the race, I think. It is my preferred strategy for quali. We are going to get a roadblock here. Rain has stopped, okay. Gasly is going to be kind of in the way there. But we'll have one more run, so it's okay. Reconfigure for the fresh softs, and then we'll have 2 sets for the race, which honestly should be more than enough. Russell might be potentially in trouble here. Oh no, it's a short lap, so he'll be able to switch tires, refuel, and get going. I think. Yeah, just barely. Yeah, but it's fine though. I just prefer to use the scrub stuff for the first runs to just get a lap time in. Magnus in 4th. As you can see, we're lacking a couple of 10s versus the top teams. Yeah. It's very close between these. 2 of them are going to go though, so we are front row. Schumacher's going to start 6th, but maybe. I don't know if they're taking harsh penalties. Start 7th at least. Is he? Or we'll see. E2, yeah. I forgot to check their engines, but I believe they have fairly fresh ones. So it's going to be probably a bit of a challenge here. Race report, compound performance. Again, barely any degradation in terms of lap time loss. So it's basically just doing this in the least amount of pit stops, I guess. 3/10 to medium, and almost 3/10 to hard again. Honestly, if you don't put in like restrictions like I've done, it gets boring really fast because you dominate within half a season, which is kind of honestly a bit boring, and it's really unfortunate. What I've been thinking about, what I'm hoping they add for the next game is basically that the cars themselves are kind of have their own strengths and weaknesses, like the current cards, like Ferrari eating tires, strong aero for Red Bull, interesting things like that. That's one of the things that I miss from Motorsport Manager. You get inspired, Jason. So you've actually done more than I have during season 2 already. Let's see. In theory, the 2-stopper is quicker. But that is theory. That's gonna rely on Mick actually getting past cars. Could do a medium to hard for Mick. He is a bit further back. Hello, Viv. Glad you've been enjoying the game. It is fun. Don't get me wrong. I just have high expectations for it for the future. Will we be able to pull ahead far enough that putting Magnussen on a 2-stopper is viable? Or should we go... Should we start on the medium? Because I don't think we are going to be able to pull ahead with the softs. because the Ferrari that we're going to be fighting has about a couple of tenths on us. So even with the 3 tenths of hit, they start on mediums. They could also start on softs along us. After just one season of R&D, yeah, it goes a bit too quick. I think if we try this, because again, I just find it interesting to do. Mick can do medium to hard. We basically just want him to stay around where he is. He is starting 8th, so he's going to be behind Leclerc and Verstappen. And if he can just... Even this is going to be hard for him to hold on. I think we split the strategies and we have a look, and maybe we get a lucky safety car VSC. We'll have to see. Yeah, let's gamble. I say gamble, but in theory it's going to be quicker, especially if we can keep up with the Ferrari.
And it's lights out, and away we go.
Lights out, away we go, and I have forgotten to do the basic stuff. Magnussen. Looks good. Can Shimmy get Russell before the other 2 cars run away? Your phone died?
Okay, good job, Kev. That's one.
Magnussen has gotten signs so far. I'm gonna just tune him down to normal for now. In terms of tires, Sainz and Perez are both on softs, so it's going to be interesting to see if they go directly to the hard afterwards. A lot of medium runners, some soft runners in the back. So this is going to be interesting. Schumacher is basically on the same strategy as everyone up to Hamilton. Might need to tune down the race audio a bit. I don't know if it's too loud. Let me know. I tuned it down a little bit. If it's if I've tuned it down too low, let me know and I'll put it back up again. But yeah, so far it's looking good. The top 3 have already gained a gap on Hamilton. Magnussen is still fighting Sainz. Honestly, if we can just stick with Sainz, I would be happy.
Just keep concentrating.
Well, overtaking him works too. But what I really want to see is Schumacher trying to make some moves. Once again, he's still lacking the underfloor, so he isn't as quick.
Let's have another look. Science is the focus here.
Tune it back then. It just sounded a bit loud to me personally, so I was worried that the voices got muffled into each other. We might need to tune down Schumi here. Leclerc and Verstappen is probably going to get away at this rate. Unless we get an overtake once DRS opens. Magnussen still doing work. Vegas track next edition. I can guarantee that if the new tracks will be added, well, the new track, Vegas, for sure. Otherwise, I can't imagine it not being added. So Russell still is within DRS in theory. DRS should be opening now. But yeah, I agree. It's going to be fun to test a new track.
DRS enabled.
DRS has been enabled. Magnussen should be okay in his current position. We have 2 seconds down to Hamilton. We could tune down the fuel usage. Try and save some up for later. So we're going to tune it down to balance and see if we can just keep up with Sainz. Because he should be quicker than us still. Particularly if he's running a decent engine here. It's not too high. Leclerc 2, okay engine, Verstappen. Perez is actually starting to get low. So over the next couple of races we might have some fun things. Ocon is running a bad one. But yeah, the engines will degrade over the next couple of races. I forgot to tune down Mick. That's my bad. Sounds good, Jason. Have a good night. I'll try and get some streams going earlier next time. Honestly, as long as Schumacher keeps up with Russell, I can be happy for now. And same with Magnussen, as long as he stays with Sainz, I think we can be happy. Let him recharge a little bit more, and then we will tune him down too. There is starting to be kind of a gap between Magnussen though and Sainz, and that worries me slightly. I'll have to see if we can close that down sometime. Might just need to run a little bit extra fuel. I'd say as Magnussen says fastest lap. Rumi has DRS, so he should be able to close down a bit. He is actually still fairly slow. Looking at the timings here. Yeah, I don't think I think unfortunately Schumacher's car still isn't at the point where he's able to keep up. Magnussen too is kind of struggling to just stay within DRS. We do need that next update, the rear wing, and then I think we'll be actually start to become competitive for the top two teams.
That sounds like someone's gone wide there.
Yeah, the Ferrari's just a bit too strong still. Unfortunately for us. Could have pushed tires a bit more, but I think we're just going to play it a bit safe. Kind of run our own race here. With that, we can push fuel a little bit. We've probably done that earlier, just pushed it. New fastest lap for Magnussen, so not doing super bad, but then again, it's just 500s faster than Sainz last lap. So just barely staying ahead of Paris. Although pulling away from Paris is pulling Paris away from DRS would be actually kind of neat, but it's going to be difficult. Now, if we add deploy on top of burning fuel, is that enough to open the gap to Paris and close down to Sainz? Because if so, we might go down like a kilogram of fuel here just to try and open a gap, because once we pit, we are going to be suffering. Our pit stops are about a second or two slower than the rest. I should really take that into consideration when I set up these two-stop strategies. Yellow in sector 2. Yeah, and Schumacher's just doing his own thing. Honestly, it's okay.
Did somebody spin out there?
But if we can open the gap to the Red Bulls, that would actually be kind of neat. The thing is, we have the longer tire. Like, we have a longer tire life. So it depends on what tire they're going on. If he's going on the hards, for instance, or if he's doing a two-stopper, soft, medium, soft, that's gonna kind of have an effect. There we go. Magnussen ran wide. That's a bit painful. And with that, now we have Perez immediately catching up.
Advance the race position.
It's going to be difficult to get like undercuts with the longer pit time. Hello, BKK. Honestly, I'm just having fun with the game right now. The stream mods will be up for as long as YouTube want. So don't worry. Catch up anytime you feel like it. We could try put a little bit of pressure on the tires. We're currently pressuring fuel kind of harshly. But we are once again leaving Paris behind, so as long as we push fuel, we're actually looking good. The tires, though, are suffering because we are pushing fuel. We started with about a 9% advantage, now it's down to 3.
We've just had a spin.
Yo, restart playing and the game is still super fun. It is. again, it's just I feel like difficulty in this game would actually make it more fun. I am enjoying myself a lot, BKK. It's pretty amazing. I think we are gonna have to tune down fuel usage though. We are getting dangerously low here. We could tune up Mick a bit, because right now he isn't really doing much. He's just again running his own race here. But we'll be probably 8th. So we could push for a couple of laps and try and get in maybe a bit earlier. Super busy with racing? Real life racing? I believe? That sounds fun. Yeah, the thing is, the AI is still dumb. There's no better way to put it. Let's go full attack this lap, and I think we'll get in at about 40% maybe. Because lap time is still looking fairly decent here on these softs. So we'll give it one more lap after this one, and then we'll jump into the pits. Yeah, if you do a full I was about to say a full season of research. Yeah, a full season of research. Once you get the massive changes, you can get out miles ahead. We're gonna gamble on the 2-stopper here.
Box.
Smokes.
It feels just inorganic, in my opinion. That's the best way I can describe the overtaking. Okay, so we are gonna come out maybe behind Bottas, which is gonna be bad. Like, we don't have a good gap here. Perez is gonna pit. Alonso might pit soon. DM. But it depends on if they're going for a 1-stopper or not. So we'll see exactly where we come out in a second here. I would assume we might come out between Bottas and Alonso. Maybe had to make it for lucky. Potentially, I should have had Mick slow the field down. Let's see here. 3.3 seconds stationary. That's not bad. We actually came out ahead of Mick. That is actually beneficial for us. Even if you go aggressive, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. Sainz is going to most likely run those tires into the ground and then go hards, I would assume. So we just need to basically just run our own race at this stage. We should be able to get out ahead of him. See how we're looking for lap time now. Sainz doing... Verstappen doing 14.2s on old mediums. We did beat it though, 14.0, so we're gaining 9 tenths a lap now. So, I feel like it would be great if the AI reacted to your moves here. Like, we're pitting Magnussen here. But again, it's a very long pit lane here, so it might just backfire slightly. We are going to need to get by Russell and Hamilton fairly quick, but the gaps are actually going to help us by hopefully getting by with DRS. Yeah, I would love it if the AI reacted to strategy changes, like you pitting. That would be actually quite amazing for several reasons. But yeah, 13 9s, basically 14 zeros, still 8 tenths ahead, 4 tenths, 5 tenths. At this rate, we might actually have made a good strategy for once. It's unfortunately how it is sometimes. The car just says no. Did beat Sainz. That is good. Now I just need to not give him DRS. Honestly, I feel like that is going to be the important part. We can put Mick up to aggressive. He still has some tire life left to use.
I'm sorry about the split.
Never mind. The second I put him to aggressive, he
I don't know what just happened.
pulls someone
Understood.
360.
Let's see what happened there. Right.
But
what's
yeah,
this?
unfortunately, cars
There's
just
Schumacher.
blow up.
And
At
that's
least if you were a Russell fan, you didn't have to suffer the Ferrari's curse last year with the cars blowing up every few races.
All the pushing you can get. Copy.
Okay, we are within DRS here. Now we just need to get by. Honestly, immediately, if possible. I'm going to use all the energy we have. Because, again, don't want to pull Sainz along if we can avoid it. He is on hards. We don't want to help him.
Nice work, Kev.
I believe he did. Yeah, he went on hards. Paris went on hards. They're going to do a one-stop.
Haas with an overtake.
So, as I said, we don't want to help him if we can avoid it. Pulling Russell header is actually detrimental to us too. Gonna sacrifice a little bit here to try and prevent that from happening. Best opening is pitting. Russell's hold up signs would be nice. My take on Piastri? I haven't focused a lot on the races so far, but it seems like he might be giving Norris a bit of a, not really a challenge, so to speak, but at least some pressure, which is good, honestly, if it makes Norris better. But McLaren just mainly needs to just pull themselves together and make a competitive car. Yeah, honestly. 3 seconds between Russell and Sainz? Yeah. As long as we can gain some sort of gap here, and then we go on the fresh softs at the end, we might be able to make something work. Also, of course, if we get a safety car, that would be quite amazing. But not KMAG safety car, not Schumacher safety car, please, because it's too strong. Leclerc pitting puts us in P1. We'll have to see if we can stay here. And hopefully we can just extend this gap, even if it's just slightly, until we get those fresh tires. The El Nero. El Plan. Let's see, Schumacher, we'll pit him this lap. And see how his race goes. I've been kind of neglecting Schumacher this race, I'll be honest. Russell pits. It's just straight up difficult for drivers in F2 and F3 to get seats, I think. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Piastri is going to do this season. I feel, again, a couple of races in is a bit too early to judge him. Magnussen is running faster than us right now, which is a concern. Because that's just going to keep on happening until we go in the softs. McLaren's update for next race? Yeah, we can hope that. Yeah. To be fair, De Vries didn't get... I believe De Vries had a pretty decent like junior career too, and he didn't like get a chance until this year. And he's like 27, 28, so... Piastri might actually be lucky that he didn't wait as long. But I think Piastri made a good move when he got out of the Alpine debacle, even though there was a lot of drama about that. Yeah. But honestly, what I've seen from Piastri so far, it seems he seems promising. So I'm looking forward to seeing more. Hey, Julio, sorry. Some database edits? Yeah. If you're on my Discord, feel free to just post them there and I'll have a look. Currently, the limitation that I'm trying to just test are mainly things that I do in-game, so... If you have some suggestions, just feel free to post them. Don't worry about it. Behrman and Pochet, yeah. I think that is also a lot of reason why people want a new team in F1. A lot of them. So we just see more talent. The notice being impressive, yeah. How are we looking? About 10 laps more to go. We should be a lot quicker by then. Once we get on the softs, but the question is, are we going to be quick enough to regain 20-ish seconds? That's going to be the big one. We might need to tune down Schumacher's car, but even though he's 10th, I'd say it's okay for now. Cars in front, none of them are going to pit though. They're all on hards. Fuel range is getting low. That's fine. We have fuel to spare. We are still running quicker though, just barely. Barely quicker than Sainz. Verstappen is actually catching up, kinda. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. Fortune is good, yeah. There's a lot of talent, but again, when you have Alonso, who's been holding a seat now for, I don't know, how many years has he been in F1? It's kind of hard for new talent to come in when, you know, there's just 20 seats. Verstappen is 5 seconds behind. This is not interval. This is just straight up of 2 liter. So yeah. 2001, yeah. Hello, Parno. We have a good old Pogmere here. Yeah. Honestly, though, in terms of talent getting a chance, I think the cost cap is probably going to be... has probably been good for that. Because it has removed paid drivers, even though one of them got removed kind of unorthodoxly, if that makes sense. Let's see if we push. Sorry, that's the wrong lad. If we had to push your tires now until pitting, we would actually be a second slower. Is the estimation than just running it normally. So yeah, we are gonna stick with what we have. Just push.
Latifi has crashed.
Latifi living up to his legend. Audi seems really good as a spot for developing talent, I guess. I'm just wondering what we do now if we go into a new set of mediums. If we pit, let's see. With a safety car, 23 seconds. Yeah, I'm thinking that too, because if we pit for mediums, we come out behind Perez at worst. We are going to have to pit anyways. We're going to lose the gap. We won't be able to pull enough even after safety car if we go for it. So, let's do this. Let's push to the pit line. Go in the mediums. And if we have any more safety cars, we can go into the softs. Although, depending on how many laps it's under the safety car, softs could still work. Yeah. We could also get mixed mediums for sure. He's going to come out a bit further behind though. But that could probably work for sure. I am considering just giving him straight up softs though. Because if we are buying safety car for say 2 or 3 more laps, because we were going to pit for softs on lap 50 anyways. Basically, if you want to be risky or not. Let's have a quick look here. See that we go for softs this lap. They would last to the end. We go on mediums. They would, in theory, not. Okay. But that's the wrong medium set. Of course, those wouldn't last to the end. Those are used. But yeah, softs could last to the end. And again, if we just get a couple laps of safety cars here, we could pull ahead with the softs too. Let's use Mick as a test dummy, because the thing doesn't want to tell me. Pitting Mick for soft would in theory be slower. Okay. Sorry, mediums. Pitting him for softs would be slower too. I don't think this is accurate. Softs would be quicker than mediums, but for Mick apparently it would be easy. Better just we can overtake the safety car this lap. The pit shoe. Magnussen is here, so Schumacher could overtake the safety car, yes. He overtakes the safety car and then we pit him, and then we have the rest of the field bunch up behind Magnussen. Is that what you're thinking? It could work. But yeah, I'm a bit unsure here if what we want to do is mediums or softs. Softs could work, because I think what we're going to need to do is just get away from the DRS train. Yeah. So I'm thinking we are going to gamble softs for Magnussen at least. And hope for a couple of laps of safety car. Where is Latifi right now? He's in the first corner. Yeah. The goal is just getting a little bit away and then playing, like having a couple of seconds of clearance. And for Schumacher, we allow him to get past the pits before we give him a strategy. This sounds like a good plan, lads. We can gamble. I guess we're gonna go mediums for Schumacher then, maybe. We could honestly try soft for him too.
DRS is now disabled. DRS disabled.
There's been a crash. Sounds like a single car.
Mick is by the pits. Because softs or mediums. I think if we go softs for... Could go mediums for Mick, just play it a bit safe. But the thing is, I think Mick is going to need softs if he's to get back up to 10th. Unfortunately. I think we might need to just go softs for Mick too. We can conserve the tires a bit behind others while charging if need be. I think we go all in on the soft gamble here. I wanted to tune down his tires before, but I didn't get it in time. Let's see where we come out. Maybe come out ahead of Paris if we're lucky. Nah, just barely not. 3.3 seconds. Again, pretty slow pit stop. Then we tune down everything. And for Mick, it's still just push. Push and try and get the pit stop done. Honestly, it could make it more interesting for sure. I wouldn't be able to have like a roundtable meeting if they did. 3.3 was still slow on the pit stops, but we didn't come out too far behind, unless someone jumps us now. 12, so we lost 2 positions for Schumacher, that's not bad. Magnussen lost 4, but we're on fresh softs. Maybe I get a bit gamble since it's early, but we'll see. It'll all depend on how many laps of safety car we get here. Lap cars may now overtake, so 1 more. By looks of things. Which means we aren't that far off when we really wanted to pit anyways. Just a couple of laps. It's just a shame that we lost the gap that we had to the cars in front. The reason I'm not putting medium tires is because the softs will make it to the end. And they will, in theory, be quicker than the medium tires.
Safety car is in this lap. Safety car in this lap. Copy.
So this is going to be interesting in terms of how quickly we get past Paris, Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz. Because we need to overtake all of them for this to work. And then we need to try and run away. Basically, we could try and just stick behind. We'd had to conserve tires then, but I think we're gonna go all out here. See if we can get by them. And same here for Mick, because again, kinda have to. Let's see. My life should be okay. It's because I pitted. Yeah, we're gonna make it. So, gonna be a bit of a rough one, but I think we can make something work here. The Red Bull rims make me always think that they're running softs, even when they're running hards.
Okay, safety car is in this lap. Safety car is in. Yeah, copy.
Looks like we're all out for a Sunday drive here. Might immediately get Paris. That's a good start if we do. I gave up. Could try and use the dirty air command, yeah. Where is it again? Driving clean air, but I feel like it's a bit cheesy. Even though the overtakes too are kind of weird at times.
Yeah, good job, Mick.
As long as we get one more car before DRS opens, I think we're fine. Mick's also making moves.
Position for Haas. Let's have a look. Right, watch this. There's Schumacher.
We just have... I'm just hoping that we have enough of a speed advantage now on these fresh tires to make this work. But we might... Even though I don't like it, I might just be cheesier on the straight. We got it prepped.
Haas with an overtake there.
Your mark is doing work too. I am not used to using that though, so I might just be using him wrong. Let's not. I think we're getting Leclerc here. We are, good. Next is Verstappen.
You're doing a good job.
Haas with an overtake.
Schumacher, still doing good. Mix P10. Still needs some work, but yeah, he is making those tires work for him. We are running out of energy though, so that could be a problem here. But there is a gap now in terms of DRS. He is working on it for sure. And he did. Very nice. New fastest lap.
DRS is enabled. DRS is enabled.
I think with DRS here, we should also be able to get Verstappen. Or he might just send it right away. This might require a bit of deployment, but I think we're fine.
Kev.
Yeah. But it's kind of fighting back here. I'm surprised Sainz is still this quick. I'm also wondering, since we're doing this side by side, who's gonna get the... It's actually us, that's beautiful. I forgot about Mick.
DRS. Copy.
I think we're fine to run a little bit of recharge.
Charge on. Copy.
The only question now is if we can get a gap and close up with Sainz, if we want to just run conserve or light and see if we can stick with him. Or if we want to do, as I said, try and overtake, because he is actually kind of rapid still. This is with DRS that we're gaining 7/10. Like, we had 2 DRS zones on him. Basically, the question is, do we want to gamble for a podium, or do we want to try and pull away? If we get a little bit more gap to Verstappen too, he'll fall out of DRS. Mick will bottle once he reaches top 6. Maybe. We'll see if he gets there, though. He's kind of in his own little DRS train here.
Charge off. Copy.
Mick History Month. Yeah. I do want to conserve, but I also want to try and get away from just Verstappen. But at this stage, I want to just see how he does if he gets by, if we can pull out a gap or not.
Good
When
job,
did
Kev.
Mick bottle? Mick has had some majestic crashes,
Is that a
to be
new
fair.
race position for Haas?
I just want to see now if Magnussen can pull out a gap here ahead of DRS. Thank you, Julio. I'll have a look at it after the stream. I'll DM you if I have any questions, or just post it in Discord as a whole. But I'll have a look at it for sure. Thank you. Okay, so we are actually pulling out kind of a gap here. I didn't think it was this massive that we'd be able to pull out. Is Science DRS less? No, we had DRS there, but we might pull away from DRS this lap. Tires will be kind of risky towards the end, but if you get a gap that's big enough where it doesn't matter, it's going to be fine anyways.
Haas with an overtake there.
Hey John, I didn't overfuel. We had a safety car that helped us. I ran with basically the standard fuel. We just had a safety car that made it happen. Yeah, but for now we can go balanced on pace. Schumacher still has a bit of extra fuel to use. I'll see you got 5 seconds, and then we'll tune down the tire usage to a little bit. Schumacher's doing good though. He's up in 8th. What did you say? Once he's 6th, we're gonna perish. Let's try and tune down Magnussen's tires, see if he keeps the gap going. And if so, we might try and micromanage good old Schumacher here a little bit. Let's get some proper ERS going, and then we can make something work here.
Yeah, okay.
Magnussen is still kind of pulling ahead. Last lap he pulled ahead over a second. So this is looking good. We're still pulling a second. I think it's fine. The gap we're getting is more than worth it to just run the masses. They will last to the end. I made 2 underfloors, Mark. So underfloor is a big thing, for sure. It is the most important component on your car, hands down. But other than that, it's basically just rear wing, front wing. We actually have a second underfloor on Magnussen's car, Jack. And a second front wing, I believe. I'm actually a bit unsure. I need to check after this. So, Schumacher's car does not have the new underfloor, but Magnussen does. I think Mick should be okay here to get a little bit extra energy from the overtake. It might not be enough, but we can try. Go on, Mick. Put him in the wall. Like only you can. Yeah, don't worry, Jack. I was kind of catching up at the beginning of the stream, what I did yesterday too, so don't feel bad.
Haas with an overtake.
Try to do some lifting coast.
Last stream was kind of a disaster, and we had a lot of... well, I made a lot of mistakes, I'll be honest. We had basically just P8s and P10s. But this is a good start to today's stream. We're still eking out almost a second still per lap. So this is working out great. And tire-wise, Schumacher isn't that far behind, so should be okay. Although, he might be a bit of a concern towards the end here. Now he's slightly over, we'll be okay. Yeah, we did have quite a few mistakes last stream, unfortunately. Looks like this one is starting promising, so we'll see if we can keep it up. The only thing that I'm wondering here is if we get by Hamilton here, if we're able to hunt down Perez with the time left. I'm thinking we let him run normal for this lap. And then we'll try and overtake in the first section here. On the following. Hey, thank you for the donation, With. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, this would... if Magnussen doesn't bottle it here, that would be... his third victory this season. Which would be great. 10 big bucks indeed. Again, thank you very much. Lap times, we're starting to not be in the 1 second margin, but again, we are running conserve on the tires. We can tune them up if we need to. See, that's the man we want to overtake. Might just be a bit too far back for it, though. Again, Mick doesn't have the underfloor. The same car.
No more lift and coast.
Same car the others have. Tire-wise, we're still okay. The reason is I just want to try and get past and see if we can catch up to... catch up to Paris. We get by Hamilton. We could do it like that, but again, I just want to try and, in this case, get Paris too. That's the hope, at least. The tires should be fine to reach the end. They'd use a bit too much ERS, though. Probably charge for a lap or two before we try to attack. Probably 3 or 4 laps, like we overtook a bit earlier, but there we go. So, not too long. It's just that I put to overtake the lap before to catch him up. But now the question is, can he catch up to...
Good job.
To Paris here?
Try to do some lift and coast and then focus on apex speed.
He finally got him, yeah, with an empty ERS. We have left Russell behind though, so that is good. The question now is it going to be a huge gap here? Already half a second. Gonna have to see if we gain anything on Paris. Hamilton almost out of DRS there. He got it, but it was close to being in trouble. But yeah, we have 10 seconds for Magnussen at this stage. Verstappen is actually fighting Leclerc and Sainz. You feel like they want to? Oh, the stream is dying. What's happening? Sorry about that. What is happening here? I see a lot of FPS drops and stuff. Is it okay? My computer started an update or something. Let's see, sorry about that. Hopefully it's kind of fixed itself now. Preview looks okay. I don't know if it was just my preview messing up or if the stream was super laggy there for a second. Could put Schumacher on a light pace, but again, I just want to see if he manages to eke out a gap here where Hamilton is out of DRS. Because if it does, then we don't really have any concerns. Magnussen, just chilling out front. But if it does, yeah, then we can slow him down, maybe. Yeah, I noticed that, so I just slowed it down. Tires are slightly overheating. I think we are. I think we're fine. Mick almost pulling away enough. If we use a little extra fuel we have, I think we might be able to in the next section to get away from Hamilton.
We will go to high fuel now.
And if we can get away from Hamilton, that he can use DRS to gain on us, I think we'll be fine. He had DRS, the bastard.
More lifting coast, please.
I think it's just because the track's hot. As you can see, 30 degrees here. For some reason, it doesn't work like that in the desert, but it does work like that here. How is a big question. But yeah, we might tune. Honestly, right now it's fine. It's just 7 laps to go. If we just maintain the gap, should be fine. Temperature is also going up slowly. But yeah, it's just weird that it isn't as harsh in Bahrain, for instance. We are outside of DRS. We are catching, kinda, up to Paris, but we won't get him in time. So just gain a few seconds there on Hamilton, then we can tune Mick down too. Yeah. If you have a look at the wheel condition, they are fairly hot in some corners. But that is fine. That's also something I would like to see, like, depending on how you build the first version of your car, like tire degradation, tire temps, your brakes, things like that being more diverse between cars would be beautiful to see. Okay, let's see if the prediction that Mick in 6th is gonna bin it. Let's see if the prediction comes through. He will find a way. So F1 manager's version of life finds a way is he will find a way somehow. You can just imagine the Jurassic Park, what's it called, Goldblum, just showing up at the racetrack going, he will find a way somehow. Okay, I think we just barely make it. We're getting around the same lap times now as cars in front, but I think that's mostly due to, again, DRS. Gotifi was actually the GOAT here. He allowed us to kind of pit safely. We gained a little bit of time from that, so he really is the GOAT here.
This is the final lap now.
Honestly. He was a true Gotifi. Took Paris on round 90, yeah. Paris has had a rough one. There we go.
Check a flag.
KMAG won.
Oh,
Schumacher has one turn left to bottle it. He didn't.
Awesome job, mate.
For once, Schumacher
Mick now
rose
will
to the
come around
occasion. But yeah, if we had an underflow left Schumacher too, I think we would have been a lot better. Latifi stats. Yeah. So yeah, good race. Magnussen won. Beautiful to see. Ferrari 2 and 3. Sorry, 2 and 4. Red Bull 3 and 5. Schumacher 6th. Both our cars ahead of the Mercedes. Bottas 9th. Alonso 10th. So yeah. Very nice. We also got fastest lap by quite a good margin here. Almost a full second. So that is beautiful. With that, Magnussen moves up to 5th in the championship. And we gain 24 points on Mercedes. So keep this up for a couple more races and looking good. I'm doing kind of limitations game, John, so there are ways you can definitely progress quicker with Haas. So if you want to have a little bit of a slower game that's more challenging, you can kind of do the same thing I'm doing. But yeah, thank you for subscribing, and I'm glad you enjoy. Let's see here. Huge amount of points here for Schumacher. I'm actually surprised that his growth potential is as low as it is in this game. My pronunciation just falls off the cliff sometimes. Let's see. He had 6 successful overtakes. That's all we needed. 8 for Magnussen. I'd say that was a good weekend. Paying out a little bit of bonuses. Still make a decent amount of money. And honestly, we're going to be probably a bit more competitive going forward. We have the rear wing coming in. That's number 1. But from this point forward, the engines of the AI will, for the most part, just degrade. So that's going to help out us quite a bit. Point here for Schumacher. And we have a new regulation vote for the financial changes. If we vote for this, it would actually benefit us quite a bit. So we're going to vote against it. Because we don't want benefits, honestly. Play Monza? Don't worry, Dominic. I am planning on potentially, if I feel up for it, power through the rest of the season during this stream. So we are going to be doing Monza too. Don't worry. Nice to see you around. Let's see, the rear wing, let's manufacture it 4 days, so we can get 1 out for Monza. I think we just rush 4. We have a lot of money that we aren't going to use it for anything. And we aren't going to use emergency manufacture. I feel like that makes the game a bit too easy. So it's one of those things that I've decided that we aren't allowed to do in this save. But yeah, this should be okay. We'll get a rear wing for Monza for KMAG. And the underfloor will come out in 3 days too, so Mick will have one as well. That should help him out quite a bit. New ATR period as well, which is good. And other than that, let's see, we do need to make a new part. I believe we have used ATR wind tunnel on both front wing, rear wing, underfloor. So if we were to use it on the suspension, how would that look in the current current climate, so to speak? Plus the $10, yeah. Why not spend the 48 mil plus 10 bucks? Basically because I'm not developing facilities. And when you don't actually spend money on facilities, it turns out you're actually quite rich. Like, there's not a lot of things that take money out of your budget. So, yeah, I'm still very, very grateful for $10. Elon bucks. Yeah, it turns out that running a race team is actually quite profitable. We're starting a what's it called? A space agency. Only 1 dev of each part would make it better. Potentially, yes. Currently, I'm kind of balancing it out by I'm allowed to make each part, kind of making each part as many times as I want to. But I might just make it to, say, 2 parts, because right now we have made, I believe, this would be second underfloor, second rear wing, second side pod, and I believe we made second suspension. Yeah, we have. So second chassis would be the only one if I limit myself to 2 parts, which honestly we probably should probably just do. Like, I'll design a chassis here then. Kind of forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me, Jack. Make sure to keep that I keep my own rules. I feel like also what could be funny to try is after I made 2 of each part, the only thing I'm allowed to focus on is cooling. That could be interesting. Because if we didn't have as many driver errors as we had, we'd probably have a bunch more points. So this part won't actually be hugely affecting our car, as you can see. It's barely an upgrade. But we'll go ahead and make it. It's fine. Yeah. I'm thinking that after we made 2 parts, maybe the only preset we're allowed to use is cooling. It does seem like brake cooling, mainly has an effect on lockups, but other than that, doesn't seem like it really did anything. It's like a stat they added and then forgot about. Factory upgrade completed. Well, that's the only thing we're doing. These are going to be basically how we run it to the end. Staff facilities too, basically how we're going to do it. And the weather center is the only thing I'm going to max, because I hate the extreme unpredictability. But other than that, we're not going to touch anything else. And it turns out that saves you a lot of money. The only other thing that I might want to do is just get rid of performance targets. But, excuse me. There's no real point because I still have a lot of money. I guess we can gamble for fastest lap here. We did get fastest lap last weekend. So even if we remove, say, performance bonuses, it wouldn't change anything. We'd still have an abundance of money. Before we go to the race weekend, before I forget, because it doesn't tell you until you actually build all of them that it's done, let's slap on the new rear wing for Magnussen. As you can see, this is actually quite a massive upgrade. But before I do that, let's just do underfloor, because it does always just show you car 1 on that screen. So this is mixed car, the one that was lacking the underfloor. And by putting the underfloor on, his car is going to become this. Third best basically in top speed acceleration, best in high speed corners, third best medium high speed in dirty air, fourth best here. Lacking a little bit of acceleration, but generally it's a very good car. Honestly, they're probably worth upgrading for performance gain, but I feel like it again is one of those things that make things a bit easier. Honestly, for Latifi's Troll Challenge, I might just say no CFDM internal at all, because it's just such a massive boost, especially when you use it with the intents. It's just kind of ridiculous. So here we see the new stats with the rear wing. It's going to propel us into the best acceleration. Fourth. Basically second best in DRS. Let's just install it on car 2 and go to car analysis and have a look here. Let's have a look compared to Ferrari, for instance. We are now beating Ferrari in top speed acceleration, high speed cornering, DRS speeds. We're still lacking a little bit here in the other cornerings, but it's very, very slight. So if we compare it to Red Bull, for instance, who actually has a rocket ship, we're slightly behind them on top speed. Just slightly. We're slightly behind them on cornering, even more behind them than we were Ferrari. But we still have a very, very good car now. So a couple more upgrades would actually put us probably as the best car on the grid, even with the current restrictions that I'm using, which is unfortunate. That's the best way I can describe it. If you know, you know, yeah.
Welcome to life.
See, we have some rain on Saturday. I'm happy about that. Sunday's not a good one. Qualifying could be fun as a result. Let's just not break that down to the minimum, to actual scrap. The other thing that I'm thinking about as a restriction, to make it a bit more challenging, is that I'm not allowed to use any yellow parts. Like, once a part hits yellow, it's done for. It would force me to take a lot more penalties, for sure. And it would be kind of interesting, too, because then you'd have to actually use proper parts for practice. Should use F3 drivers? Maybe. The driver has a lot to say, though, like an extreme amount. So we'll have to see. I might need to just use a rocket ship and see if I can beat them, because I believe on the Williams save, the 7th season one, the car there, a 40 average driver couldn't make it into the points with that car, which usually would lap the entire field. So if you take that into consideration, you can imagine just how difficult that would be. Then you would actually have to go all in on kind of breaking the car to make that work. Monza is left, basically. Left and those two right on the rest, if I remember. Close to it, though. Good first start. Let's see how this plays out. Yeah. Honestly, though, again, if you just level up braking for a couple of years, Latifi is going to be a good driver, just purely based on that. Yeah. Abu Dhabi, if you set up a shit, you hit an 80, yeah. I just feel like drivers should have random setups for each track. Like, it doesn't necessarily need to make too much sense with this, because again, it's personal preference for the most part. Some of them are track specific, let's be honest, that's just how it is. Some tracks works better with different setups. But honestly, I would really love it if every driver in the next game had like random presets for each track that slightly change over the seasons to just make it feel a little bit more impactful, this, because right now it's just more of a chore that you do before every race. Shame about that one, but we'll try this. Second in practice, attempt to Red Bull. Can be happy with that.
Welcome back.
But yeah, we do have a fairly good car right now. Can be happy with it. That might actually be enough to get him into the 95s. Yeah. That's the thing, every driver is... It's one of my biggest gripes with this game. Every driver is the same. They don't have preferences, they don't have quirks, they don't have anything that makes them unique. Now, I'm not saying every driver needs to be unique, but a lot of drivers just straight up are. And it's just a shame that they couldn't properly implement that in a way that made sense. That gearbox should be okay. It's slow, but it should be alright. Let's have a quick look.
Radio check, Mick.
We're gonna get it dry towards the end. No, no. Oh, okay, we need to do it now immediately before it becomes properly wet. We're gonna get out behind the Ferrari, yeah. Should still be okay though. So according to this is going to be like a wet finish to qualifying. So we'll see how this goes for those cars that haven't actually done a run yet. We actually did beat out Leclerc with Magnussen. Probably got a bit of a tow, which we're happy with. But yeah, Verstappen, Perez might have a bit of a suffering here coming their way if the rain goes up high, or they might have actually timed it perfectly. Oh, no, there we go. It's probably better, but again,
Is it improving at all? It looks like to us it's not raining.
I feel like the practice isn't...
Yeah, probably.
Sorry, not practice. Qualifying isn't something... help. I'm having a stroke. I don't think quality is something you need to super try hard, unfortunately. So I basically just focused on the timing of releasing the car for the most part. I did experiment a little bit with fuel, but that was earlier, so the risk was you'd usually just end up running out if you mistimed it a little bit, so I didn't find the risk to be worth it, but yeah. Taking manual control and getting the fuel perfect will probably save you a tent or two. Hamilton taking penalties, Tsunoda taking penalties. Okay. But it's still a decent start to quali. We have a lot of intermediate tires, but we might need 2 for the race. No, we're gonna need none for the race. It's gonna be raining. Don't want to send back soft slow, so let's do this.
Radio check.
Wait a minute. That's gonna be a rough one. I should actually send them just out on dry to gamble, but even then I don't think it's gonna be worth it. 0.99. Let's see how this goes. Actually, it could benefit us if we are lucky. Hello Ying. The reason why I do intense car part designs is because you gain the most expertise out of it. Expertise is basically a stat that can be described as how good is your team at making certain parts. The higher your expertise, the better the stats. Intense doesn't actually benefit the part you are currently making, but it will give you a boost for making the next part. So generally, it is the best way to gain stats virtual, basically. That's why I'd say intense is what you should use. You just gain more expertise than using standard or rushed. Even if you use the rushed one, which is the fastest one, you can make 3 rushed parts in the time it takes to make 2 intense parts. The intense parts will still gain you more expertise. And the second intense part will generally be better than 3 rushed ones. So, by virtue of that, you have a second part that is better than the 3 you've made. And the third one you make with intense after that will also benefit from using intense design earlier. Basically, it's just the best way of doing things, although it might be a little bit too good, honestly. I might not be the best one to describe it. No intense part development? Honestly, I've considered that. Another one I've considered is using dice rolls to decide which part I'm going to design next. Take a 6-sided die, and whatever it lands on, that's what we're designing. Doesn't matter if you hit the chassis 6 times in a row, you're still going to do it. This is interesting. 4 softs for Q3. But yeah, we might add the no intense restriction, but I'm probably going to have to do a season where I test it. Just to see how it would actually work. We might actually just add that restriction for the second season here at the Haas. No intense. That would still work though, because you don't lose the expertise from intense. It still stacks until the next season. So the stats don't go away no matter how long you wait. One of the strategies for growing quick Ying is that you do the first part intense and then you do the second one rushed, because that one has a boost. It'll hamper you slightly go in the future iterations of the part, but you'll get a massive boost pretty early on. And generally just doing an intense then rushed approach on every single part with your sliders to the right will be enough to get a championship winning car within a season. Well, basically within half a season, if you take it from that perspective. Did they go out too soon? What happened? Yeah, let's get Magnussen out too. Might have sent him out a tad too late here. Ooh, that was close. Why do I also never buy new stuff? It's part of the restrictions that I've set for this one. Only free transfers for stuff. If you have a look in the description, you can see some of the restrictions that are currently in effect to, again, just make the game a bit more challenging.
The time has come to fight it out.
Honestly, though, if you do get new stuff, though, there will also be a boost to how quickly you progress, so to speak. The stat boost will be there. It'll make your car a bit quicker too. So that's also one of the concerns. Compound performance here. Softs aren't super good. Take about 10 laps, 11, 12, 13 laps before they aren't. They're starting to go slower than the mediums. Medium to hard though is even about the same actually. So hards might actually be the play here. But it should be a one-stopper, yeah. So medium, soft, good work. Soft to hard maybe. Go all out. Yeah, the staff does only count for 4 or 5%, but it's still a boost when it goes to 100. It does also weaken the other teams, like Jack says, so like a double-edged sword. It's a long pit lane too, so we'll do just one stop here, I think. Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one, honestly. With database edits, we might be able to give every single other team perfect stuff. But I'll have a look at it later. Julio, what he posted. If there's some good suggestion there, we might take him. Soft 2 medium would be risky. Especially if we're going to burn some fuel at some point. I am tempted to start on the softs though. I do find the game too easy without restrictions, John, unfortunately. You can basically take any team and kind of challenge for potentially a title, unless you have driver arrows within the first season, so to speak. Once you learn how the game works, unfortunately. Okay, so this will actually be quicker, medium to hard. What if we do soft to hard? Medium would still be better in the long run. I guess we're doing medium hard then. Strategy-wise. We are starting first though, pole position. I was too busy chatting that I kind of did not think about that. This strong, maybe a 2-stopper? Yeah. Medium, soft. Honestly, if we're gonna go softs and try and do a 2-stopper for Magnus in here, since he has that rear wing, he is the more powerful one. We can do a 1-stopper for Mick. He's the more powerful one, like I'm playing an island of RPG over here. If we're doing it for Magnus, then we can probably try something like this. Because we do have the tires for it. Something akin to this, but again, as you can see from the estimates, say we're just nerfing ourselves to some degree. Versus a 1-stopper. If we can get this done, though, under a safety car, it might be a different story. Yeah. So I think we're just going to do the 1-stopper. This would require us to basically run away from the Ferraris and everyone else. Aggressive mode on the hard tires. The thing is here, even if we go aggressive any of these, for mediums it would actually work out. Kind of work out for the softs too, but again, it's kind of risky. Because you bring yourself to that threshold where burning fuel will be a problem. And for this one, if we were to go aggressive on the hards, it would actually save another 6 seconds. So it could work. We can go aggressive later on the hards. But it's, again, what we want to do. Do we want to take the risky strategy or do we want to play it safe? I think for this one, we will do it kind of safe, honestly. We already have pole position. We don't really need to challenge anyone. If we do want to try and run away, could try and do that, make something work. If we do, I wish I could put an extra half a lap of fuel in. Because what I'm thinking then is that we do not do aggressive tires, we just push fuel instead for Magnussen. Stop on lap 24, then go aggressive. It could work, but as I said, what I'm thinking is that we push the fuel a bit. And then we maybe do an aggressive stint on the mediums. It's an interesting one I kind of want to test out here. We can actually do the same for Mick, give him a bit of extra fuel. And push for a bit further. I don't really do that, so it's an interesting strategy to test too. But generally, I'm not a big fan of using aggressive on the tires. It's situationally useful. But in general, you will suffer over the course if you use it over the full course of a stint. As just a general rule. There are exceptions, of course. This game doesn't have any multiplayer features, Artem. But honestly, I don't know. Was it on sale recently? I don't remember. Yeah, it's not on sale right now, unfortunately. I don't have any cracks or anything like that. Can't help you. I think this is good enough for fuel. We could test pushing more for Mick. But again, it's overfueling too hard, making it a bit too cheesy for me. I'm not too big a fan, unfortunately.
Quite a few clouds overhead as we look at the
We already
lineup.
have tire advantages if
Here
anyone
we
else
go.
goes on the softs.
It's the Italian Grand Prix.
Okay, so we have Ferraris, a Red
And
Bull,
it's lights out, and away we go.
both Ferraris and a Red Bull. Okay. Question now is gonna be, is Magnus gonna pull ahead? We have some yellows. Yeah, everyone's on yellows. Show is the exception. Maker makes up a place into the corner. And the question now is, can Magnussen get a
Okay,
gap
good job. You'll get back on it. Your pace is excellent.
over these next couple of laps that will allow him to stay outside of DRS?
Is that a new race position for Haas? Here's the
Schumacher gets
replay.
Perez.
Now just focus on the Haas.
That's pretty brave on the brakes. Looks like he was going to send it again, honestly. But yeah, with 2 kilos extra fuel here, I think we will gain more time by pushing and using tire degradation that way. We can push for the last 4 or 5 laps before pit stop instead. And I think that will benefit us a bit more. Schumacher here making moving signs. Magnussen almost out of DRS already. So yeah, might need a few more restrictions for Stroll and the Latifi game. Magnussen is kind of already away. We're good there. What we could do here is actually have Schumacher try and help hold the rest of the pack up. Potentially. Give Magnus a couple more breathing space.
There.
This is looking good so far. Mick is still lacking the rear wing, so he doesn't have the same car as Magnussen does in terms of performance. I think we really need to save our tires. If you want to save our tires, it would be for doing a switching this to a soft to hard strategy. How much do you bet, Pan? Goldblum is just sitting there. Old man yelling at cloud. Car situation for the other cars. We can have a quick look here. Leclerc. Engine is getting low-ish, but again, this isn't too much of a loss at this stage. Once it goes below 60, that's when you start to see it. Sainz's car starting to suffer. Rick is running a damaged gearbox. Not good for him. Verstappen, Perez is kind of lacking here. His gearbox is going to give up very soon. The Russell is suffering already. So yeah, over the next couple of races, Ocon is running a 32 engine. Latifi, if he wasn't struggling enough, bad engine, bad gearbox, bad DRS. So yeah, over the next couple of races,
DRS enabled.
while the top 4 here, their engines degrade even further, will have even more chances of potential victory. Turn 1 or turn 3, 4? Is that where Mick's gonna bin it? Do need to tune down Mick's ERS usage though before I forget. Aggressive on tires into lap 3. I think we're fine, honestly. We have that little bit of gap. Verstappen is kind of gaining slowly in this section, but we'll have to see after this lap if he's still gaining. But even then, it's kind of worrisome because we aren't gaining a gap, which you kind of need if you want to do a 2-stopper. Singapore should be easy, mainly just because there's going to be a bunch of safety cars, unless we are the cause of the safety cars. So yeah, you are basically correct, Jack, that it should be easy with strategy as a result. If rain, it's going to be mayhem. I think it's quite rare for Singapore to not have a ton of safety cars, honestly, so it's a bit of a weird one. Yellow, sector 2, is a show? I would assume so.
Spun out. Let's take a closer look. Now let's watch this. The Alfa Romeo involved in this one. They...
I got flashback to Giovinazzi getting sent into the wall there. Usually they will, but yeah, Singapore is also pretty lenient on tire usage, so your soft tires are just extremely powerful there, like ridiculously so. Best strategy is soft medium for Singapore. Yeah, I agree. I agree on that one. But of course, it depends on safety cars. Honestly, if you get a lot of safety cars, your best strategy can turn into something like soft medium. I think we'll have Mick just charge for a little bit here. Because Mick is slower, so if he gets ahead of Verstappen and manages to stay there, he might actually benefit Magnussen quite a bit here. I'm not really planning on saving the tires, I know, because we are going to try the two-stopper here. Just for the sake of fun. We have actually fallen behind while recharging. Now, can you gain when you're not recharging? Probably not. We have a wild science appears. But yeah, Schumacher just isn't quick enough, unfortunately.
Oh, and Ferrari just gained a place.
Science is, though. The thing is, if we pass the lap to Schumacher, nice. Complain a little bit and he shall carry that wrong. If we wanted to save, it would be because we are changing the strategy to do something like this. Something like this, which would be faster, don't get me wrong. It is faster in terms of time saved. But at the same time, there's no real need. So basically we either do this or we do this. Yeah. It's probably the better strategy, the more interesting one. Well, the safer one. This is the interesting one. So we're gonna see. If we get some yellow flags from safety cars, we might make something do. Yeah, that's the thing. If we get an early safety car, we'll probably jump back to something like this. But if we don't, we'll probably stick on this one. It'll depend also where the AI is on their tire usage, because as you can see, they are kind of running same as we are. We are using a bit more tire wear generally because we're running the engines on a higher setting. So it does cost you a few percentages over 10 laps, which honestly is worth it in my opinion. Sainz getting fastest lap. Can speed it up a bit, I think. Probably should have overfueled Magnussen's car a little bit more. You probably were correct, Barno. And I believe Sen or you two told me to do it. But so far this is looking pretty okay. So if we do this with we pit around lap 20, so 4 more laps. Honestly, as long as we're doing lap times that are equal or faster than the cars behind us, we're going to delay the pit stop, I think. Because the longer we delay, the better for us. So yeah, here we are. We gained 3/10. Schumacher even gained on the cars in front a bit. He is now back in the DRS train. So the main hit is going to be lap times. They are gaining here now 2/10 due to probably DRS usage, I think. We'll see though this lap. About equal to second place. So again, the DRS shenanigans is interesting to watch. It will help a lot at the end of the race, yeah. So we are semi-saving them. I shall pit mag matches Leclerc's time. I shall pit mag when he starts to be caught up by his pursuers, so to speak, which honestly could be now. I think we just push, get him in for the pit stop, and that should be fine, honestly. We can also still push a little bit extra fuel after that. About 6 seconds, well, not 6 seconds, 6/10 quicker. Commander at 10th would be another DRS train. Pit lane here, how long was it again? Can we make some jumps? 29. Yeah, pushing for 3 laps will lose too much time. That's the thing. So we're definitely coming out ahead of Bottas, for sure. The concern is these boys, and Gasly's gonna pit pretty soon. But we are gonna have to get through the other DRS train there, which is gonna be a bit of a challenge. But I think it's worth it. The medium runs here too should also go on to hards later on. So let's push, let's pit, and that should be an okay thing to do. We are kind of running away. I think we have enough durability here to do one more here before we pit, so we'll delay it by 1. Push for 1 more lap. See how we stack up. But they are starting to gain for sure. Gasly's pitting. Bottas is pitting. Let's see. Hopefully we come out ahead of Ocon. It's going to be the goal here. If we manage to come out before these boys, that would be a miracle. 3.2. Oh. We held up we held up the Mercs. One of them, slightly. That could have been massive. But yeah, we held up a Merc. Is the other one gonna get us yet? No. Extend mix run? Yeah, I think he's fine for now, honestly. If he can stick with the boys in front, I think he's fine. So I'll leave him as is for a little while. The thing now is we're going to need to get Magnussen past this DRS train ASAP. So using a little bit extra fuel to make that happen is not a problem. There we go, that's one. Can we get Alonso too? Fairly quick.
Nice work, Kev.
Lacking a little bit top speed there. I think we'll get him on main straight. We're gonna extend mix run a little bit here, as long as he has DRS to play with. It's either that or we try and do the undercut. By pushing tires.
Nice work, Kev.
Kev is by. We can just let him do his own thing now, I think. Unfortunately, we don't get DRS here. Alonso does.
A new race position for Haas.
I shall do an overcut. Yeah. Pushing Schumacher's tire here is probably okay move. It's basically how much do we want to do on the hards. Because we are going to have to pit Schumacher before they pit, because we do have longer pit times, so I think we're going to pit Schumacher this lap. Problem with that partner is that they're going to be quicker than us, even without that, because these mediums are quite old, so as you can see, fresh hards will be about half a lap quicker. And I don't think we're going to be able to do that. If we want to have any chance of coming out ahead of them, I think that's our best bet here. Because we have a slower pit stop, we don't really have the faster car here for Mick. So if we want to try and gamble here and get out ahead of Leclerc, Verstappen, Sainz, it means we're going to have to pit before. And maybe do a bit of a push lap before they pit. So I'm going to do that gamble. That's my reasoning at least. The reverse gamble. But these boys might pit too, so it might not pay off here. Mick still also has a lot of fuel to use to push. So we'll see how that plays out. Magnussen too, already out of DRS from Alonso. And if he can just gain again, bit of a safety net here so that he will come out first, that would be pretty good. So they're not pitting, which might actually benefit us.
Yep, understood, understood.
Problem here is Mick could get
And
stuck
white
behind
line.
Hamilton and Alonso. That's my main concern. We can tune Magnussen a bit down now. So we're going to run a couple laps around aggressive and just see if we get the gap that we need. I think that is that's an okay strat. Problem is going to be when we get to Alonso and Hamilton, if we can overtake them quick. These guys delay their pit stops. How far are we away from leader? 25 seconds. We're not there yet. We're getting close, but we're not there yet.
Was that a lockup on the track?
So now that with a lockup. For Magnussen, as long as he can remain around 18 seconds, I think that's more than good enough. We could push aggressive a little bit more for Schumacher here too. Try and get him into the DRS of the car in front. Again, conditional usage. Okay. Now we need Mick to make some moves. Get himself ahead of Alonso, ahead of Hamilton. Hey, thank you for letting us buy Alonso. That was very, very nice of you. Alonso's a smart
good
boy.
job.
But yeah, we'll see if Mick bends it. But so far, I think he's been doing pretty okay. Think we have enough energy to just stick with it until the end of the straight. Should be okay. Fastest lap so far. Good work, indeed. Probably won't get the overtake here, though. But we'll have more opportunities. And we are getting closer to, you know, Mick potentially just being a roadblock to protect Magnussen once these boys pit. There we are. Now the question is, he won't catch up to Magnussen. Well, if he does, it's because fuel we're burning is quite powerful, but I don't see him catching up to Magnussen, unfortunately. And these guys are really wearing down their mediums at this stage. I'm starting to wonder if they're going medium to soft. Which could be dangerous for us. But would also benefit us in the long run. I don't even think medium to soft is a strategy the AI can use here, is it? I don't remember, but that would actually be kind of amazing if they do. I was thinking on the basis that they were going to go hards, so I might have made a mistake here. We'll see. They have been going for quite a while. It would be risky, yeah. But we'll see. Right now, Magnussen is still gaining on them, though. Like, almost a full second on hards. So if this keeps on going, they might just screw themselves over. We'll see. Schumacher 2 is just 20 seconds behind. He should be able to jump them in the pits, is what I'm thinking. Schumacher also has fuel to burn, so he too should be gaining. 26-1, yeah, gaining. There we go, Sainz in. We got Sainz at least. Unfortunately, Hamilton did not get Sainz. If he could have caused him some problems, that would be great. What tire is? He did go on the softs. That's going to be interesting. How hard did they degrade? Like, he will have a 3/10 advantage for 10 laps? And then we're equal? Okay, that's going to be interesting to watch for sure. Magnussen now going. But can pay off for AI. It could pay off, that's the thing. It's going to be interesting for sure here. But what I think is going to happen is that Mick is still going to be able to actually hold on to Sainz and Verstappen. And if he does, he'll be able to punish them as their softs run out. There's 20 laps to go.
I think someone's run
So
wide.
it's going to be interesting for sure.
Sounds like a spin.
We'll have to see it though. I might want to just slow down Mick, honestly. Magnussen should be safe, yeah. Like, I don't see them gaining 8.5 seconds. Mick is going to be the gamble here. The thing is, we have fuel. So what I'm considering is if they're gonna be catching up for the next 10 or so laps, and if the DRS switch, they're gonna be catching up quite a lot. They catched up over almost a full second for Verstappen there. But the degradation is gonna be hitting them fairly soon. So what I'm thinking is we just even make back to potentially balanced, and once we get caught up, we just try and stick with them until the last 5 or so laps of the race, when the tires should be about equal again, or potentially they have worse tires. It's a bit of a weird one from, honestly, I feel like it's a weird one, just my perspective of it, but I don't know, honestly. I am a bit confused. Nah, I'm not gonna make Mick hold them up. Mick can rather just run with them. Currently 25.5 versus 25 blank. It's half a second. It'll still take them 19 laps to catch up at that pace. So Magnussen might need to save a little bit of fuel towards the end, but we're still fine. Like, we don't need to sacrifice Mick for this. If anything, we should be focusing on Mick's race. Because as I said, oh, never mind. Mick did bin it in turn 1.
Understood, understood.
This could screw us. You did call it, yeah. I think Mick's still in the race, but that's a bit of a sad one. Hello, Sloth. Bottled the P6. He bottled the potentially P2. P3, his first podium here. And now he's just spinning.
Take a look now. Right, watch this. There's Schumacher.
Oh, it's called a motor race. Well,
And that's a
from our perspective, he did kill a gearbox.
and it's more than one car.
Gasly is potentially far enough back here. Well, he's not anymore. He's not 27 seconds, no way. But yeah, we're going to have to fit Schumacher here, get him onto the soft, get a new front wing. What else are you looking at in terms of damage? Just front wing damage, okay. So he might not have bottled P6 yet. Oh no, we'll see. Mick gate? Yeah. The concern that I have though is... hopefully it's just a yellow here. Like, hopefully for Magnus' sake, it's just a yellow, because if it's not, we are going to have to pit him too.
Okay,
Most likely.
Box now.
Schumacher can just go full on attack, push everything, even without the front wing. He'll still lose some time to Gasly, but the quicker we pit, the better. 5-second penalty. It's a shame. It was looking good for Mick. Then he decided to screw over Verstappen. Verstappen is slow though now. Oh, never mind. Mick wasn't the only one. Looks like this also is just a yellow. Verstappen with a penalty now? Huh? What?
There's contact. It's chaos on the track. Let's take
Did
a look at the
Verstappen murder his
replay.
buddy?
Now here we see Max Verstappen.
Oh yeah. Red Bull crash. Red Bull crash, which actually benefits Schumacher now. See where he actually comes out. So Magnussen is fine. Like, we might, as I said, conserve a little bit here just to make sure that we have enough fuel. Schumacher came out in 11th. No real damage, which is surprising. Did get overtaken though by Rick. But yeah, this is just mayhem. Mickey hit me. Yeah, only thing that wouldn't give me make a podium here is a safety car. But we'll see if we can fight our way up to Gasly. That's going to be the goal. Max copying Gasly and Ocon. Yeah. We got one. But right now, I'm just a little bit overwhelmed, honestly.
That's a new race position.
So
for
Verstappen,
Haas.
I assume, is going to have to pit. He should have front wing damage, I think. Yeah, he's pitting. So we're going to get that one for... We might not even get that one. We'll have to see here. Mick's here. Verstappen's here. He's going to be done pitting by the time we get around the corner. Are we going to get him? Nah. Yeah, that's a bit sad though. Might need to just run aggressive here to the end for Schumacher if we have an opportunity. As you can see, it would basically be the exact same. Well, we'd save 2 seconds. I'm thinking we run aggressive once we get up to the cars in front, and then we try and be a bit more overtakey. We're gonna have to tune down engine though.
Is that a lock?
Could also just stick with the and run standard until we have full ERS. He should be able to catch... Is he though? How's his engine looking? Sorry, not his engine, his gearbox. It was already kind of broken. But looks at this, his gearbox did actually survive the collision just fine. Paris has been running a damaged one. Yeah, I don't think they stack penalties, unfortunately. Mick making... Honestly, Verstappen should just let Mick by. Like, Mick's scary. He might kill him.
Charge off. Copy.
Yeah.
Let's just put our head down.
Did Mick get re-overtaken? Yeah. Magnus is looking good there up front. Just cruising with a bit extra fuel than I intended. I see some like place penalties in practice, things like that, but in races it's basically just 5 seconds, no matter how many people you take out. Let's see if we can, again, use Verstappen to catch the guys in front. They're running 26 blanks.
Okay,
for those two.
Charge on. Copy.
And... Okay, so you just like overtaking Verstappen with recharge on.
Off. Copy.
Maybe I should just run him recharge only. But yeah, we are gaining time. They're still gaining about half a second, but we have 10 seconds now, so it doesn't matter. Let's see how we're looking in terms of lap time for this one. .25.167. Gaining about a second on the cars in front, which should put us in striking distance in lap 48, 49 maybe. And then we'll see if we can make our way up to the front there to Bottas. So P7 is, if we're lucky, the best we can get from Mick. Fun when we see some modified cars and retire, and that just says +5, yeah. Did Russell actually
Haas with an overtake there.
Ah, Russell got bumped down, that's how that works.
We need to save some fuel because we're not going to finish. Copy.
We can save fuel later on, I think. I just hope that this fight with Verstappen isn't gonna, you know, screw over Mick.
Red Bull moved up.
We do a little trolling. This really was a little bit of trolling from Mick, though, honestly.
Haas with an overtake.
This was some real trolling from the Mick. But it's looking potentially
Okay,
like we'll
need
be
to
able
save
to
some
get in
fuel.
striking distance of these boys. So once we get DRS on them, we'll save that 100 grams of fuel that we're gonna need. We lost a lot of time if we were basically ahead of Sainz here, so Mick lost about 50 seconds, if not more, by crashing. Mick took out Verstappen, and Verstappen in turn, the lap after that, took out Perez. Monster turn 1 public lobby, yeah.
Tried to do some lift and coast.
Honestly, I've been
Yeah,
chilling.
probably.
Oh, I thought Mick was gonna murder another man. I've been chilling after streams, just watching. I think it's eye contrast to just the like public lobby things for F122, and it's just chaos and mayhem with the live scene of it.
And
Who's
yellow
the
there,
spinny
yellow.
boy? Gasly. That's kind of a shame. The fact that Magnus is setting fastest lap while just carelessly running like this is kind of funny.
If you don't need it, no lift and coast. Yeah.
Okay, so now we're gonna have to do a little bit of recharge because we're gonna need it if we're gonna overtake the cars in this DRS train, I think. Honestly, safety rating is just so like you can lose it for no reason, like no fault of your own. Which is realistic if you look at how FIA has handled things. Carlos gets a 5-second penalty, the Alpines just get, okay, don't do it again. Sargent just gets completely ignored.
And charge off.
So if you consider it from that perspective, I guess it's realistic. If we get some overtaking done now. But yeah. I basically, in the F1 games where you play as a driver, I just do my own team thing, just for chilling. I don't think I've done more than one season on any game.
5 laps remaining.
Could try and run full aggressive it, and sorry, full attack to the end, but I think we're going to lose out doing that. Looks like we might get Russell, but it's going to be costly for the energy stores. Magnussen still running happily, oblivious up front.
Got no DRS.
Gonna have to put it to neutral. We put it to recharge, we're probably gonna immediately get re-overtaken.
You did good, really good.
Although I do have a racing itch for other than management games too, so I might need to have a look at the game that comes this year, or maybe iRacing or something like that. We will have a look. But yeah, this is going well. The person that donated earlier, I believe it was Viv. Looks like Magnussen is going to get another podium. He really got motivated. But yeah, again, thank you. I appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing if we can actually get Mick up to 7th, maybe? It's going to be a challenge to get him up to 6th, but 7th could be
4
doable
laps
if we're lucky. Gonna recharge a little bit. And 7 recharge at the same time is kind of risky, but we kind of don't have a choice here.
No more lifting.
Ridge
coast.
Racer, Type 4. Might need to have a look at that. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. A wild Verstappen appears. Oh. Okay, that worked a little bit better than I anticipated. Honestly, I
Great
kind of want to
job.
stay behind Bottas here and just get him on the main straight.
Haas have moved up the field.
Schumacher gain 2 positions. Love it. Masterful move. Oh yes, he's the master of this craft. He killed a man, and now he's running away from him. The question now is, do we have enough here to catch Gasly
Good
too?
job there.
And gaining half a second per lap will not be enough for that. Meaning that what we probably should focus on here
Haas with
is
an overtake there.
self-defense to some degree. Do it for Michael. It is kind of
3 laps remaining.
worrisome that when you said Michael, the first thing that popped up in my head was not Michael Schumacher, but Michael Masi. That is kind of sad, honestly. My apologies for a very distasteful joke. He has to do it for his seat. I think we're gonna have to try and go attack here for the last couple of laps if we want to have Mick to get any chance of getting Gasly. But the main thing here that would be nice is that we get out of DRS from Bottas and the scarier boy back here, Verstappen. Part of the restriction that I've set for myself, Ying, basically to make the game more difficult. I can't change drivers. For the first season at least. We'll see what happens after this one. If I pick up a young talent. I was thinking just picking up regens maybe. But we'll see exactly what we do. Could actually happen here. Mick is gaining. How much is gaining is yet to be seen, but last lap was 1.3 seconds.
Got it.
Let's see if there's something close to that this time. But yeah, if I didn't put a restriction on drivers, I probably would have switched Mick out with Bottas, honestly. And then we'd probably be running 1-2 right now. TBH. We might actually get Gasly too here. Get Mick back up to his rightful place in P6. Which is a shame because he was running P2 for P3 for the longest time. Bottas is great in this game, honestly. And to be fair, I'm happy for Bottas in Alpha 2. He seems to be a much more chill, much calmer environment for him. See, we have a gap to Verstappen in. So I think we'll just speed it up a little bit. The Verstappen is coming. I'm gonna give you what little energy we have here to try and overtake and get away from the Verstappen and I think it is enough, unfortunately. We only saw Bottas once at Melbourne. Yeah. Merck's team mentality. Kind of rough. Can be kind of rough at times. I'm just speaking from what I saw of Bottas last season, mainly, Jack. It just seemed a bit more... he just seemed like a bit more of a calmer man, so to speak. Oh, are you making the move into the corner? But look, unfortunately, there's still one more lap to go.
Good job.
Are we pulling away even... Okay, we had the one with DRS, then it makes more sense. I thought he was the DRS boy. Let's see it. We do have the overtake done. Half a second down to Gasly. No energy. Kind of need to just run here. We did have Magnussen's victory though, so let's see if Mick can get his P6 here.
You did an awesome job.
Yeah. And honestly, he did win races at Merck, so he basically, I think he's done what he wanted to do. Formula 1, if that makes sense. And Mick should be getting his P6 here, but it's a shame because he really should have gotten a podium if it wasn't for the mistake.
Okay, that was the checker.
Very easy dub for the man, the myth, the legend, the KMAG.
A brilliant performance from the Haas driver. A truly well-earned podium here, and a
Future
dream come
goat.
true for everyone involved.
The screenshots of him talking. Yeah. I'm just gonna quickly change the title because I forgot we're not a sandwood anymore.
Sensational achievement for that Haas driver, it has to be said.
We have another
They'll be
KMAG
absolutely
back-to-back
ecstatic to
victory.
finish up there.
Sandwood plus sponsor. Maybe a bit of a, you know,
It was a hard-fought contest for
but it
all
feels
three
good.
drivers, each one securing precious points for their team.
And I think
This
I'm
is a
gonna
big
go and
result for
quickly
Haas,
get some
more than
water,
enough to
so
satisfy the whole.
I'm gonna bless you with an ad while I go do so. I'm just gonna quickly go refill my water bottle. I'll be right back. My apologies. I have a quick question. Do you guys get ads while I'm streaming? Because YouTube sent me like a message like you need to press the ad button, send ads. So I was wondering if you get them or not, and if they're very frequent. Because if so, I'll just turn them off. I went through some of my older videos today and realized like the YouTube thing just slaps in an ad every 3 minutes or so, so I'm gonna be spending probably the night cutting it down to every 15 minutes or so, because yeah, sorry about that, Pano. I pressed a button because YouTube told me to earlier today. I actually straight up got an email because I hadn't been using it during yeah, feel free to use ad blockers, I don't honestly mind, but yeah, I'll only do it when I walk away. If I haven't been getting anyone I've been streaming, that's great, honestly. But I'll be going over some of my old video content because I just had YouTube do that automatically, and they've apparently put in an ad at like every 3 or 4 minutes, and that's just too much. I'm gonna edit it to like 15 minutes or so, because that sucks. That's not fun to watch. So yeah, apologies about that to anyone who's been suffering through ads on my channel. But yeah, let's continue with this. We won. Magnussen has now 4 victories this season, which is great. Schumacher is still fastest lap. I didn't see that one coming, but it's fair. He was on the softer tire. Pretty good. Gasly had a surprising race, 7th. 2-3 from the Ferraris. YouTube taking the mix. Yeah. They're kind of going a bit too hard at this. Soon every video will just be ads. So yeah, I'll be going through and editing that later on. Hopefully to make it a bit more bearable to watch. Alonso scoring points again. I like to see that. Bottas scoring points too. Unfortunate for Verstappen. Perez getting 4th even while getting booted is kind of impressive, honestly. But yeah, Mick kind of helped Mercedes out here. Russell, unfortunately, out of the points. But we are catching up to Perez. And kind of Verstappen here. We'll see how high we can go with KMAG. Constructors. Gained another 24 points. One more race like that, and we might actually be within striking distance. And Mick, for his acts of wanton murder, did get a decent amount of points there. He had an exceptional race. That's funny. But yeah, it's been a couple of good races so far this stream. I'm loving it. Financial changes did get blocked. That's nice. Microsoft spaghetti it is. You mean microwave spaghetti? Because Microsoft spaghetti kind of infers that you are an AI and you will take over the world soon. See you in a little bit, Pogme. Luckily, we'll try and get the race started by then. Get some entertainment while you eat. Underfloor has been manufactured. 12 days. Let's quick here, check here. Yeah, once these are done, I'm thinking we switch over to just purely focusing on cooling. See how high we can go. Chassis is completed. And we should probably just manufacture. We won't get it for the race. But I'll rush 4 of them. It's just easy that way. Now, if you remember, the chassis would give us about 0.05 kph max speed boost. So if we have a look now with the Intense, we used Intense, we used all our ATR. So if I make a new one now with a race spec, we'll gain a lot more stats. Especially the thing that is really, really powerful is using the Intense mode in combination with what's it called? With ATR and Wind Tunnel, because they are multiplicative boosts. Basically, you get way more out of the Intense design if you put in all these hours too. So you can imagine that what was a 0.05 upgrade is now a 0.13, just purely on the speed. But that goes for every single stat. And when we have that on the underfloor, it's just a massive improvement. Like even with this, it put us up into the second best car for top speed, acceleration. And again, this is mixed car, so I really should have a look at it on the other car. But as I said, what I'm thinking is that we just do purely, we made 2 pieces of each. So for now, we'll just purely focus on cooling, put everything to the left, except for cooling. I think that is an acceptable middle ground, maybe. Or we just don't do anything at all. I'll think about it until the... Honestly, it's probably better to not do anything at all. The driver errors is an interesting thing. I might just do cooling with the next ATR period and just... Even though that is kind of stretching it. But for now, we won't do any upgrades. I'll think about it a little bit. Because we are already winning races quite consistently. Let's say that 1 driver in top 4. Both drivers in Q2. Fastest lap. With that, I think we're ready to go to Singapore.
We're here at the Marina Bay Street Circuit and the Singapore Grand Prix is just about to start. The name Singapore means City of Lions, and this weekend Formula One will be roaring into action.
Drogovic? Yes, I need to remember him. Thank you, Jack. Let's just get him into the seat right away. There we go. He has finally been remembered. Well, to be fair, we are kind of treating him like we do every F1 talent in reality. So, it's a bad habit of mine. I need to just, again, I should just get a post-it note, slap it above my screen and just say, remember your talent. Thank you again, Jack, for the reminder. It does help quite a bit. Let's see. I like the fact that we are starting to use kind of, again, they're not super high-end or anything like that, but they are higher. And before I forget, let's slap the new rear wing on mixed car too. And that does make us kind of, again, second best in speed. And I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how this is going to affect Mick, because we aren't super good at low speed corners or really medium speed corners. So we're decent at medium, but we're not great at low. You'll try to remind me each time. Yeah, you might have to. That's the thing. So I am grateful. Don't worry about it. Feel free to remind me as often as you feel the need. Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. I think what's going to decide this race is not really our driving. It's going to be more like how many safety cars are we going to get. Because there's going to be... I think this is the track where you can guarantee there's going to be safety cars. Even though Austria, again, this last weekend was kind of mayhem as well. Going to be interesting for sure. So we do have some penalties already, as you can see. We have a lot of penalties. 7 in total. Paris taking one. The Ferraris are being slower. So I guess they haven't changed their engines yet, so that's going to be interesting to have a look at. Most of our stuff here is actually looking kind of good, so I'm going to do the lazy thing and let the AI sort it out. For optimals there for Schumacher Dragovic. Should be okay as well. Yeah, looking promising. Maybe need to do this final one manually. See if we can nudge it in the right direction. Well, I don't mean that manually, just fix this, as you can see. That should actually be good enough. Hamilton, with a surprise fourth there. Maybe new engine. We're almost max car part knowledge. We're a little bit off, but that's fine. Let's see here. I think I want a new engine on this track, honestly. Although it is risky doing that, because if anything happens, it's gonna go boom. The gearbox will be switched next race, I think. We'll give Mick to a fresh engine, which is, again, scary on this track. Because he might just, you know, blow it up. But we'll see. Looks like both cars are good. Again, Magnus's gearbox is a little bit low, but it shouldn't have too much of an effect on the race pace, so I think it's fine.
Radio check.
Here's the big question, though. Are we going to get any blockers? Looks like we're good. Thank you, Rick. You timed it perfectly. Schumacher being 6 cents behind is not very promising. Because, again, they are running the same car. Now. Can set it up with the same tires in case we need to go out again, but I doubt it. Then a 10th of Verstappen. Oh no, is this... Hello, Sloth. Welcome to Crashville. May I take your debris? Yeah, this is basically the one that safety cars aside. 4,000s to Leclerc, so yeah. We do have a competitive car. 50% chance that the car locks up after a tunnel. Yeah, we'll see.
Sounds like we've had a spin.
Signs for the spin, but he still has a good time, so it doesn't matter. Honestly, I think the game in its current state would be fun too if it was just multiplayer. That way you can actually troll your friends too. But I guess it's kind of difficult to set up. Let's use the old softs again. Because this place does really not care about hardware at all.
Radio check.
Radio's good.
Schumacher behind Alonso might be a bit of a problem. We'll see. The corner before second DRS on, yeah. Hello, Pano. We're doing quali for Singapore. And Schumacher beat Magnussen. That's not something you see often. Magnussen got kind of held up. So we might need to do another run. I think we can make it happen by this with these tires too, so it shouldn't be a problem. We'll just send them out to be safe. And it's half a second, so should be safe, but still. Now that I've said that, it's probably going to crash into a wall somewhere. We shall see. Are you just having spaghetti Pano, or did you get some Bottas is out? I love that they didn't, you know, slow down or anything. We're just going full speed even though Bottas crashed. Are you just eating spaghetti, or did you get some tomato sauce with that? some meatballs. Honestly, spaghetti and butter is something I enjoy quite a bit, so I can't really make any judgments there.
Radio check, Mick.
Did Bottas make it into Q3 while crashed? Is that what I'm seeing? Crashed in Q2, but is it Q3?
There's been a crash.
Perez
Let's see
crashed
what
too.
happened there. So let's look at this. There's Sergio Perez.
That's good
Thank
food though.
goodness.
Like, that's not bad. Getting beaten by the other teams, but then again, we're running on older softs. Yeah, we're not even through qualifying, and we've had a few crashes. That's the one? Yeah. It's the one you see the most of here, Jack. You are correct. Just head first into the wall. Let's see if we get a good qualifier here now. But again, it's just funny that Bottas is out, but he made it into Q3. Magnussen, first row. Didn't see him like Schumi, unfortunately. Improved, but that's what we like to see. Might be able to get the Red Bull on the line here.
Drivers are...
But yeah, we are lacking a little bit on the low speed cornering this track, honestly. But the thing here is that, as you can see, the softs are 6/10 quicker than the mediums, but the gradation is so low between the two tires that it'll take 30 laps before they are equal. So softs will almost always be faster here, even though it's, what is it, 72 laps total? And the same here from medium to hard, kinda. The degradation is double, but the difference is 7/10. So again, it's almost 20 laps before you start seeing the hards being better. Just stay away from them on this track. Just not worth it. Pit lane's long too, so we'll see. 100% chance of a safety car. It's the game's guess here. So they actually give you a very stupid strategy to begin with, like this one. You can actually make it a lot better by just doing that. There we go. Lap 30, which is basically when the softs start to really lose out to the mediums. And that works. It's a decent strategy. This is probably one of the, as I said, simpler races for us. I think we're ready. Let's just go. Yeah, that's why I always lose it. Yeah, they have bad presets. Not even a lie. If we change to this gearbox, it shouldn't be a penalty. I just don't want to take any risks there. It's getting low. Let us go.
A partly clear... We're just moments away from the Singapore Grand Prix.
Magnussen has it in the line, unless I'm mistaken, so might be able to make something work here.
We go.
Not the best start though, so it's going to be a struggle. The Schumacher, you gave up. In terms of tires, again, everyone is on softs except Vettel, Tsunoda, Latifi.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
So this is going to be interesting. Schumacher got Gasly.
Right, watch this. There's
I believe he lost out and then just got him back. Yeah. That is indeed what it looks like. Schumacher will be on the podium if he doesn't crash. Honestly, we should just paint the... Before every race, we should just walk up to the podium and paint a target on it. That way Schumacher knows what to aim for. We just need to try and get past Verstappen here, and then I think we'll be good. Kind of hard to overtake. See, just need to complain a little bit, and that usually solves all your problems.
Mode push.
Copy.
Nick gets Hamilton,
Good job
very
there.
good.
Great job on that.
I want to see now if Magnussen actually manages to just run away from Verstappen. Schumacher is still fighting Hamilton though, so could be that he's coming back at him. They're still running side by side, impressively enough, and it looks like Magnussen might be able to pull away from Verstappen enough here. That he'll be outside of DRS come the next lap. Sorry if I'm having my cursor in the middle of the screen. Honestly, I don't think it should be a problem to burn up to 1 kilogram of extra fuel here. Because safety cars. So I'm just gonna allow him to run as is for a while. And if we don't get a safety car, I'm gonna be sad. I guess. We'll see. Set that a minus into neutral, and I guess we might need to tune down Schumacher a bit too. Maybe recharge for a bit.
DRS enabled.
Nick's still kind of struggling a little bit to keep up, so we'll see how that goes. 2 seconds clear of Verstappen though is nice to see. I'm thinking with DRS we can probably recharge a little bit for a lap or two.
Okay, charge on, charge on.
And then we can try and get the overtake done. Although with DRS it might be possible to get it done earlier since there's a gap between the two Ferraris. Schumacher is under pressure though from Hamilton, which is probably causing a little bit of pain. Yeah. Can't really recharge, he just loses out too hard. But I think sticking with science is probably an okay plan. Just see if we can overtake him naturally. Maybe use energy on the last on this area here. See if we get close enough. There we go. Again, the big question now is, can we, if we use everything we have, close into Leclerc? Because that would be neat if we could connect with him.
Okay, we're out of DRS. Copy.
Just barely not enough ERS, I think. Yeah, I might have gone a little bit too much all in there. We are close. Let's run aggressive for a lap or two and just deploy what we have left. That was too late to turn him back to neutral.
Copy.
But we did catch up to Leclerc, so I can be happy with that. But now we need to actually tune down fuel usage. Getting a bit high. 1 kilogram in the negatives. Mag is slowly gaining more of a gap though. He is running faster than the Red Bull here by 4/10. And how are that? Engine's looking 55. Paris is dead. Sainz, Leclerc is also going to be suffering the next couple of races. Ocon actually has a new one, which is good. But yeah, Ocon is running Who was it that was running at 12-1? Bottas? This should not happen. I know what happened. I know what this has happened. It's because he crashed out in quali. He crashed out in quali and they didn't change it for the race. He might actually DNF from running an engine to 0. Oh.
I locked up. Okay.
Oh no.
I'm very, 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 very sorry. Jesus.
Are you okay, Mick?
Yeah, I'm good.
It's a safety car. Do we want to pit? Let's see here. We're at 79%. We could pit on a new fresh set of softs. Come out of 5th, potentially. Definitely come out in 5th here, between this gap here. They can still run, so it won't be a red flag. Would getting fresh softs be worth it? I think it would, because then we can just go on to mediums later. Or we could even go into mediums. Very, very sorry at the end of the season. Honestly, we could just go in a fresh set of softs here. We'll lose out a little bit, but I think, as I said, it will be worth it. And we have this set of softs too that we go on later in the race if we really need to. So might be a bit early to pit, but I feel like it's worth it here to just go all in.
That was a crash. Let's take a closer look. Now just focus on the Haas. And that's
Mikko's going for another kamikaze, take another man with him. Couldn't pull it off this time.
Stop the car, Mick. Stop the car.
Copy.
Sainz and Hamilton actually pitted too, so that's interesting to watch. I didn't think we'd see the AI pitting in this one. That is actually a bit surprising. So they went on to hard tires. Okay, that's sad. But yeah, Bottas, he's 6th with a 12% engine. That shouldn't be possible. But it's mostly because everyone behind seemingly pitted. But yeah, we have a bunch of hard runners now.
We may be starting the final lap of the safety car.
Copy that.
You may be? That doesn't sound very confident. We're going to be pushing for a little bit here, see if we can get away again. Because we do have fresh tires. And I'd like to take advantage of them. Yes, Magnussen should be fine for making a move soon, TM. Let's see here. Make a million bins. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Honestly, I am hoping Magnussen can make a move here soon, otherwise we might need to give him a little bit of help. The fact that we have Norris behind us though is kind of surprising, but he's already outside of DRS. We might just need to fall back if we can't make a move and get it done once DRS opens. Never mind. There we are. That's just getting Verstappen. And also getting Verstappen is fine under DRS, so we'll just tune him down a bit. We should have enough speed here that we'll be able to keep up, I think. It should not be an issue. Well, hopefully, at least.
DRS enabled.
I need a little bit of a push here. We are actually falling behind. Lightly falling behind. He has 70 left on his tires though, but yeah, if they do the early pit and run the tires to the ground, they should be pitting around 65-60%. But honestly, we aren't really burning our tires up or anything like that, so it's not a problem right now anyways. Honestly, KMAG did have that double crash in like the first couple of races where he crashed twice in one race. But after that, he's really only binned it in Austria. But he didn't like crash out or anything. But Mick has been, after that, just said, hold my crash helmet, basically. Yeah, a lot of them pitted now, and they're all pitting onto, let me guess, hards. Mediums for Verstappen. Yeah, they're gonna run those mediums to Kingdom Come. We can actually speed this up to 16x, no problem. Yeah, there we go. So let's have a look at the last lap times there. 43.6, 45, 46, 45. Well, basically 46. So this is kind of stupid. But we'll be gaining probably more than one pit stop during this stint as a result. So Singapore is probably the easiest place to win if you just take advantage of, again, the AI's poor planning. We're almost a full pit stop ahead of third. And Hamilton is running hard, so he'll run to the end. But I think we'll be a full pit stop ahead of him too before we pit anyways. We're gaining a second a lap, so yeah, 10 more laps. I'm going for 10 min and Mick bins it. Of course he did. Well, luckily this time he didn't really take anyone out with him, but he did bin it. We'll see if someone else bins it too, or if it's just good old Mick. The thing is, I don't think this is the only race we've had where Mick has binned it. Like, if KMAG holds this to the end, I think this is the third race we win where Mick has crashed out. So, it's a bit of a weird one. But yeah, this is a fairly simple and straightforward race because of AI strategy. Magnussen has already started lapping people, which is scary because he could lock up and kill someone. Tires are getting low. We might need to pit soon, but I just want to be clear of Hamilton first. So, are we gaining? Are we losing? We're gaining half a second still. As long as we're running faster than cars behind us, we don't need to pit. That's the thing. That one was a bit slower, but I think it's because we're overtaking people again. Yeah, we can pit at 40. Easy podium a win? Yeah. As long as you have an okay car, honestly. You can probably pull something off if you have enough soft and medium tires. There we go, safety car. So we are going to be pitting to the medium. That was an easy choice. Leclerc has actually binned it. Of all people.
We've had a crash. We can take a look now. Watch this. There's Leclerc. A definite collision there.
When I see a car just hit the wall like that, I get flashbacks to Leclerc's Baku crash. in the castle section, just going, I am stupid. It just looks like such a weird crash to me. Okay, so we pitted, came out ahead of Hamilton, basically what we wanted to do. Yeah, that was actually kind of beautiful in terms of timing. Poor Bottas got collected though. How are we looking tires? So 70% tires, 60%. Tsunoda and fresh softs. That could actually be interesting to watch towards the end of this race. Because Tsunoda will be able to stay on those tires easily to the end of the race. He might actually make up a few places. For sure. If he catches up to Norris before safety car goes in.
It's available if you need it.
It's going to be a bit rough, I think. No, he's good. Tsunoda will be fine here. Let's see if Tsunoda ends up kicking Russell out of the point somehow. Yeah, Russell, old mediums, old mediums. This is going to be an interesting one.
Safety car in this lap.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We can't push deploy everything. If I'm getting Hulk, maybe next season. Hello? Go on. Currently, I'm just sticking with the drivers I have to add a bit more difficulty to my save. I'm still very undecided on how things are going to change next season, but could be a thing we do. Again, I don't know. But feel free to come with suggestions. Yeah, we're already pulling away 2 seconds. How far ahead of Hamilton are we going to be by the time we reach the finish line? This is going to be another Mercedes thing. 3.3 seconds basically. We set a fastest lap immediately after a safety car. Yeah, I think we're looking good, even though I completely drained the battery. I see yellow. I see a Latifi in the pits.
DRS enabled. Latifi has crashed.
I am moving a bit too quick here, honestly, but
Let's look. We're watching Nicholas Latifi.
unless we have an accident, this race should basically be over with.
They've lost.
That's the classic one.
Oh,
yeah.
Did someone run wide there?
New safety car. Latifi again? Is this the old Latifi crash or is that a new one? Because he just pitted.
Sounds like there's been a
That's a new one.
Let's see what happened there. Now we see the Williams
Did
here.
he do the same thing twice here and survive first time somehow? Basically. The fact that he pulled off the same crash 2 laps in a row though, that's impressive. For the worst reasons. Tsunoda in 8th now. He might make up more places due to this.
Safety car in this lap.
Well, Albon might get points here, so Williams' legacy might be okay. But we shall see. See if Magnussen managed to, again, eke out just 3 seconds on the first lap here. If we had more of a gap, he's actually eking out almost 4 seconds. If we had more of a gap here, I would just straight up have gone for another pit stop, get the softs on.
DRS enabled.
But yeah, we have a dominating Singapore car at least. Because our opponents have chosen to use the hard tire. Oh, okay. Looks like everyone is moving though, so I don't see who crashed.
5 laps remaining.
Perez.
Here's the replay. So let's look at this. There's Sergio Perez.
Yeah, almost pulled a Magnussen. That is gonna ruin Red Bull's race quite a bit here. Gasly, Alonso, Ocon. Hamilton on the podium. Potentially. Yeah, the Alpines are going to be happy. Alpha Tauri is going to be happy. We are not too happy. Would I like Mick
This is the final lap.
to potentially be on the
Go, Mick.
podium here with us? New restriction, no soft tires at Singapore. We have another crash, but we're over the lines. We don't care. I still don't see anything on stops though, so... Oh, never mind. Show crashed out.
Awesome job, mate.
We did have 4 DNFs. Would probably been a fourth safety car if it wasn't for the fact that the race was over. But yeah, they do crash fairly regularly here, unfortunately. But yeah, we score points, fastest lap, victory. Happy with that. Second for Mercedes, third for Ferrari, fourth for Verstappen. He actually did a lot better than I thought. 7th and 8th of AlphaTauri is kind of probably a disappointment. Same for Ocon here. I don't know what happened here. Those were running 4th and 6th at one point. Probably should have paid a bit more attention, but still, it's a good result for them, honestly. With this Driver Championship, we are getting very, very close to Paris. Close to Verstappen too. Sainz, unfortunately, did not crash out. If he had, we would have been looking closer. Like, if we can get 26 points times... What? How many races is left? 5? It would require them to not score any points, so victory is unfortunately a little bit out of grasp. Construction-wise, same amount of points here. Mick is just a little bit too unreliable. Third place is probably the best we can hope for this season. 5 wins, 5 podiums, 5 fastest laps. Single pole position. Alpine did catch up a lot to Alpha though, so we'll see how that goes. I love that we just have Mick's destroyed car in the background. But yeah, for once he had a disappointing race. It wasn't exceptional when he drove into someone. Let's see here. What's next, Suzuka? I believe it is Suzuka. I hope. Unless I'm mistaken. Magnussen with a point, actually. We can put that in braking. We do have a bunch of contracts running out, though, so I have to make a decision there at the end of the season. For sure. But our car performance is, as you can see, looking kind of great. Schumacher's contract ends soon. 3 months left. He's actually getting paid just 45 a month. Okay. Rest, I think we're gonna try and keep. Yeah, and honestly, we might keep 2. Schumacher has low morale. Well, that's because you're bidding your car every 3 seconds. Yeah, Mick has been bidding a lot, honestly. Keep Simone. Worry about Mick at the end of the season? Yeah. We shall make a consideration then. Have... I'll have a quick look here. New gens haven't generated yet. I guess they generate over New Year's. I pay more in car damage than I pay Mick, okay? Don't worry about it. Both drivers should make it into Q3 here. No problem. Of course, I pressed cancel instead of confirm. And with that, I think we're ready. Already, I am... again, I wanted to think if we wanted to go ahead and... Do I want to manufacture just cooling parts? If I'm keeping Mick, I probably want to just focus on brake cooling for my free projects there until the end of the season. And I'm thinking we do that, yeah. I'm allowed to make pieces, but they are gonna be like this only. I think that is a good middle point. Hello, King. Suck at this game. 5 saves, I still suck. Honestly, the main way to get good at this game is just to understand that your underfloor is 90% of your car's performance. So once you learn how to make underfloors, you've basically won the game. And the easiest way to make a good underfloor is actually, if you want to have CFD and mile hours when you do this, but it's fine to do without that. You just slide all of these to the right, and when it comes to this page, you just go intense. And what intense says that your engineers will put extra an hour to optimize. Costs will be high, but you gain a greater car part expertise bonus. It's not an expertise bonus, it's just a pure expertise gain. Expertise in this instance refers to this number right here. Expertise in facilities. And as you can see, that is, in this case, 72% of the value of the piece. So if you just focus your underfloor, focus expertise, make 2-3 underfloors in season 1, that'll be enough to make basically any team a top team. So it should be fine. That's fine, King. You'll learn quick, I believe. Yeah, the weather in this game is kind of random in time. So that's the reason why I've said that I want to upgrade my weather center to 5 every time. Cooling is not really important, King. The other stats are. The reason why I'm doing cooling is mainly because brake cooling will have a small, well, could have. We haven't actually gotten it guaranteed at this stage. Someone has probably dug in the file and figured out if it's correct or not. I just haven't looked it up. Brake cooling potentially has an effect on locking up, but generally cooling doesn't do anything. Particularly engine cooling, you can just ignore. You basically just want to focus on the rest of these stats. For instance, if we have a look at my car right now, you can see that we're currently 3rd in top speed. We have decent amount of cornering. DRS with decent that. But cooling was 17th and 15th, and we're still winning races. So you can focus on cooling after the rest. I'm not saying it's super important. It's just a nice addition later on. Gasly stopped locking up as much. Yeah, I think it's probably has an effect, like everyone is saying it. So I would imagine so too. That's why I'm thinking I'm just going to focus cooling for these last pieces, in the hopes that we can save Mick's life in the future. I'm going to allow that to happen. Oh yeah, your contract is running out. That's why you aren't very happy. Yeah, I'm a bit unsure what we do with Mick. We give him a new contract or not, make him world champion. Maybe that should be the goal of this Haas save. Schumacher world champion. Yeah, let's before we consider that, let's just get the Japanese Grand Prix out of the way. Heavy rain and quality, that's going to be nice. Let's see. Drogovic, thank you, Jack. The thing is, I actually had a feeling like I'm forgetting something, aren't I? Then I look over and see, yes. The poor lad who never gets to run the practice session. Is that the low one? Yeah. I think we're going to try and nurse Magnussen through these last few races on the components he has. Although this one is going to be kind of a gamble on the gearbox. Might need a new one there. Down the line. Let's see here. 7 and 13. Then we go 5-5, 45-0. That should be a pretty good setup for this. But yeah, thank you again, Jack, for reminding me of Drogovic. Perez taking another penalty. Didn't he just take a penalty in the last race? Yeah, again, the AI needs to be better handling this. Bottas to take a penalty. That's understandable because he had a broken engine. Bring down the driver pace to make parts last longer. Control stat could help, yeah, but again, it's one of those things where I probably value the pace stats a bit too much above control, honestly. Probably should do start, you know, putting some value on other stats too. But the pace, again, balancing of the stats could be better, I think. This one is kind of weird. Let's try that. Could do practice manually, bring down driver pace. Does it even work if I do it like a preset?
Here we are.
Like if I go here and put down the pace mode, will the driver do the practice like that? I'm wondering. That would be interesting if it actually functioned like that. I guess we are gonna... I guess I'm at some point when the save gets boring, I'm just gonna get the new pieces and run practice like that. It does work. Okay, I should have done that earlier then. That will save some... save the parts a bit, yeah. Yeah, honestly, as I said, I kind of want to test that myself too. Because if it works, it's actually kind of genius. I think it's lacking a little bit of setup there. We're gonna gamble and going inward. There is a difference? Okay. Well, it could also be like a fun side project test for a video. Because I don't think there's... I don't know what else I could like make videos on at this stage in terms of the guides, because they are still fairly accurate. That's the thing. Like they did nerf the all sliders to the right, but they just made it less impactful. It's still probably the best strategy. But yeah, if that works like that stuff, I could probably test it. Thank you for the information. Manage qualifying 1. Yes. You want to manage it.
Radio check, Kev.
Radio's good.
Because if it does work like that, that would be interesting, yeah. A soul. Wet weather predicted. This could be fun. Leclerc and Sainz haven't set a time yet, so once it starts raining. Paris and Sainz. Ricciardo is out. I think he ran out of fuel.
More rain expected.
He actually crashed. Okay.
Daniel Ricciardo involved here.
So now they got to P8. Gas at P14. Not bad. Sainz might be in trouble now. It started raining, and he has to set a time.
Yeah, copy.
Same with Paris. If Sainz and Paris get booted here. If Latifi beats... Yeah, Sainz, can you... You just barely survived. So either Sainz or Paris is most likely going to be out here. Well, Sainz did set it on soft tire, so... Will he even make it here? I don't think Sainz makes it to the line. No, he did not.
I'll see you back here.
Oh, he already did a run, though. He is out. That's gonna sting for the Ferrari. Yeah, classic crash. Paris just barely made it through. Did he go into Q2? This tells me no. He was there at one point, but unfortunately couldn't hold it. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. We've already lost a Ferrari, and he is going to start last unless someone eats a bunch of penalties.
Radio's good.
Gonna be dry for this quali. You jinxed him, Jack. You cursed our poor little boy, Latifi. Looks like they beat us out though, but again, we're running older softs, so I think it's fine. We also got a little bit held up. Battling Q2 though is kind of good. Fortunately, I don't think it makes it through. That is unfortunate. But with Paris and Leclerc both doing penalties, the only real threat here is just the Mercs and the Verstappen. So if we're lucky here, we might actually have a frontline lockout. And it's gonna rain, is it? Let's start on fresh softs here. Just in case it's gonna rain later, and we'll switch over if it doesn't. I think that should be okay. Dean Hassicle.
Radio check.
It's not gonna rain, so let's reconfigure with the older softs, and then we'll send them out. Oh no, we're behind Bottas. Give Gene Hassicle. I think unfortunately we had kind of a roadblock there in Verstappen, but that's fine. Gonna do one more run on actual fresh tires. The softs do wear out pretty quick around here. Might have sent them out a tad too late here, we'll see. I think we're good. That Suzuka gives you PTSD. It is certainly a cause of mayhem. Unfortunate, not the best quality we've ever had, but making 5th, we'll have to take that as a small victory. Magnussen will be E1, Mick will be 2nd row. Endurance rain. Endurance race on rain in Suzuka. That does not sound fun, honestly. It just sounds... It sounds like suffering, yeah. Very long pit lane, 30 seconds flat. Kind of chance of safety car. Softs really aren't good here, as you can see, on the average lap times. Again, if this is accurate, just 500s quicker. So they'll be faster than the mediums for just 5 laps. Medium to hard, on the other hand, that's a different story. The mediums will be probably quicker for most of their life cycle. GT3 cars, the S, yeah. Aren't you just basically sliding around in those cars? Like you're going down a slip and slide. Do we want to start on soft and try and stretch it onto the medium? Honestly, rather than this, I would do something like this if I wanted to. Would be about the same. We would have more tire life to play with. This is supposedly quicker, but again, if we push tires, we don't really have the capability to make anything work there. How I do the calculation on the tire wear? I trust these numbers here, if you have a look here. So, this is the average lap time for soft. I use that as a base. This is like the time degradation. This is the medium degradation. So as you can see, the soft degrade to hundreds quicker in terms of lap time versus a medium here. But the difference here is just 500s. So if that into consideration, 3 times 2 equals 600s. So it just takes 3 laps with this being accurate before the softs have degraded more than the mediums to the point where they're already slower. So again, I'm calculating it based on the compound performance. It says it's analyzed how it performed in practice, but I don't think these numbers change from season to season. So they should be accurate to some degree. And basically I'm just using that to calculate which tire would be better based on that. So in the case of, as you can see here, medium to hards, mediums had degrade 600s a lap, hards degrade 500s a lap, just 100 degradation difference. But the mediums are already 3700s quicker to start with, so they'll be quicker than the hards if you start at the same time for about 37 laps. Then hards will start to take advantage. So generally with the lap time here, with the tire life for instance, the mediums have quicker for 37 laps, the hards have no chance to catch up. Again, these numbers aren't always accurate. There's some tracks they're kind of off on. I don't remember which one right off on my top of my head, but it's a good indicator on what you can expect from your tires. But it's also kind of hard to see where it's inaccurate based on simple things like AI using engines to, you know, until they're broken. But yeah, for this track in general, I think using soft, medium, medium could work. Soft, medium, medium. It's just a bit of a crapshoot. Again, this thing is usually also fairly okay to use now. It used to be very, very buggy, but they've fixed it a bit. So I think we're going with this. It is theoretically slower, but since we're going to be using probably a bit extra fuel here, we could put in if we really wanted to. I guess we went the wrong way here. Not the best driver setup confidence, but we can live with that. Estimated time works too. Like, if you don't feel like doing the math on the compounds of site, you can just use estimated time. It is fairly accurate now. It's a lot simpler. Yeah. As Sloth is saying, both of them work. So it's not like one is better than the other, but it does give you a good idea on when you should hit, for instance, if you calculate things. It's kind of harder when, you know, tires are starting to get used. They've ran a few laps. But generally the AI won't use anything like push, fuel usage like that. They won't touch their ERS. So just you having the capability of using these 3 things will give you a huge advantage. So tire is one thing, but again, it's not super difficult. I never messed with calculating. Yeah. Green time go brr, basically. But it works. But apparently, especially in the last race we did at Singapore, the AI is particularly stupid about when to pit on the soft tires, because the soft tires are way better than any other tire for virtually their entire life cycle. So it's a bit one of those. I think it's Suzuka here. We actually do want to overfuel by 1 lap at least. But yeah, we're finally into the race here. Sorry for those who've been waiting.
They're ready to go here at the Japanese Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
Okay, so this is going to be interesting. First starting at the back with Sainz. He took a bunch of penalties then. Sorry, I hit my microphone again. But yeah, that's going to be interesting to watch. I do like this though, like it's kind of like you're watching a proper race. The mag is already kind of pulling away, as you can see. Half a second, 7/10. And Schumacher, are you making the move? Good lad. Let's get you on to the some deploy too. I don't think we can pull away from Verstappen though with Schumacher, that's the thing.
Is that a new race position
Or
for
we
Haas?
could try and then have Magnussen pull Schumacher along, but that's also risky because Schumacher might kill Magnussen. That is my concern if we do this, if we're deploying go all in. Gene, are you seeing this? You should send the man a screenshot. Yeah, honestly, I generally just do low speed for the first 3, 4, 5 laps. Or like if something happens and a driver falls down some places that I need to actually manually manage in the end. But that's also why the series that I make become quite boring after the first season. There's not a lot happening in the races, unfortunately. That is kind of falling behind, so I'm thinking we tune down this man. And as I said, we'll have them DRS off each other once Schumacher catches up. Yeah, same stuff. I might be watching a bit more than that, but that's generally how I do it too. But this looks like a good start. We do have a yellow flag though. A lockup looks by Perez. Oh.
So let's look at this. There's Sergio Perez.
Did he take out an Alpine as well?
Goodness
He did.
me, that is a serious collision.
Somehow that's not a safety car though, so I guess both will be getting back to driving. That is going to make things a bit more interesting though. Okay, they are within DRS of each other. DRS should be starting this lap, so let's just leave it running. And we shall see here if
DRS enabled.
if it's a 1-2 or a double DNF. Things I actually need to slow him down even more, so I guess we're running light for a little bit here. We're kind of sacrificing Magnussen's race pace here to give Mick a bit of a boost. Yeah, 16x kind of goes too fast, honestly, for me too at times. So I feel you there, Jack. I think that should be okay. I feel like 8x is a good one, but sometimes even 8x is a little bit too quick for me if I get focused on one thing. So I forgot to check the other tires. Everyone is running softs except for Perez, who had a little bit of a bump there. So we do already have tire advantage. And Schumacher is just barely holding on to Magnussen here. Safety cars are nice, yeah. The thing though is when the game first came out, safety car basically ran at Formula 1 car speed around the track, so if you pitted, you basically lost out massively. You just slow Magnussen down a bit again. Slow him down a bit more. I'm just glad they fixed some of the issues. We've had a crash on track. Is this a safety car crash?
Yellow there, yellow.
We can take a
Just
look
a yellow.
now. Now look at this. It's Pierre Gasly.
Same corner.
There's the crash.
Barely touched the wall.
Okay, Kev, no management required, so push as much as you can.
Yeah, when the game first came out, it was kind of scuffed, like the tire compounds were all equal. Basically, tires didn't matter, only they were. So you could start on hard on in every race. That was too cheesy for me though, so I didn't really abuse it. But yeah, you could just run hards, and they do the exact same lap times as softs at one point when the game just came out. But they fixed most of the scuffs things there. But again, I'm just hoping that we get things like engine manufacturing, like having different characteristics for the team's cars, tire wear, stuff like that for the next game. I generally just want a bit more complexity, a bit more difficulty. But I don't want stupid complexity for the sake of complexity. I want complexity that actually makes immersion, I think. We're looking good though. We have 7 seconds on Burr. We're keeping Schumacher just far enough back that he can't really kill us. But this micromanagement to keep him within DRS, I'm not happy with.
Looks like there's been a lockup.
Go with a lockup. Seems to be okay though.
I think we've had a car run wide.
Virtual safety car. Paris round wide. Albon has a penalty. He's also punctured.
Collision. Let's take a look at the replay. Daniel Ricciardo involved here.
Is it the same corner again?
Oh, no! And there's the crash.
He has lost the rear wing too. He should just give up.
There'll be questions asked about that later.
Albon has lost his rear wing, basically. We could pit here under the VSC. Like, we have enough of an advantage that we can actually do that. I think we will. Provided that the VSC doesn't end before we get there. Also, one of the problems earlier, Sloth, was that if you tuned yourself down to conserve, for instance, under a VSC, you were literally slowing yourself down enough that the other teams would, like, gain seconds on you, no problem. I don't know if they actually fixed that, though. VSC can still be kind of wonky. Let's hope that Mick comes out ahead of, yeah, Verstappen there on the double stack. But yeah, silly Albon went off and then came back in an unsafe manner. But yeah, with this, we can't really help Mick no more. Just how things be. Yeah. I just leave things be. Oh, there we have a full safety car. And I love how I just see Albon driving around wingless. Who's it that has crashed? Bottas. Bottas has to just. Bottas.
Sounds like a single car. Let's take a closer look.
Did it fix the gaps? Okay, that's nice. Thanks you for letting me know, Jack.
Get plus on delta time.
I didn't see anything in that in particular about the patch notes. I might have missed it. Bottas has been destroying his cars lately. Like crashing qualifying in Singapore. I think he crashed out in Singapore too. And now he's crashed at Suzuka. He might not have car left for the last couple of races.
Overtake is available if you need it.
Copy that.
Let's see. Verstappen is on new softs. Well, new scrub softs. That's going to be interesting. 90 and 5 stats, he's OP. Yeah. Drivers do have quite a lot to say though for lap times, so once they hit 90 and honestly 97 is what you want them in the pace stats.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
Yeah, that works. That works, Sloth. For farming. Safety car in this lap. Let's put them to standard, push, and deploy for both of them. And this might actually benefit us, actually, because we can now just try and run away again. And have them DRS off each other. 2k XP per race is actually kind of massive. I think 2,300 is my best, so to speak. Oh yeah, with 1.1, that's if you had a proper lad, it'd probably be close to, well, more than 3k.
Okay, we're out
Kind of
of
pushed the ERS a bit too hard here, I see.
Copy.
I was too busy looking at chat, that's my bad. Yeah. It tells you something that we kind of reached the point now where we are having an easy game.
DRS enabled. DRS enabled.
Unfortunately. Yeah, I've figured out that too, that it's quite harsh on the micromanagement side of things. Can we eke out a gap here to Verstappen again? We already have, kinda. But you can see Albon is struggling. Like he's going to be lapped 10 times if we don't get another VSC. Because he still hasn't given up. He's lacking half his rear wing is gone. So lap times 38 versus 33. That's 5 seconds. We'll still only be able to lap him about once, fortunately. I say. But yeah, should just retire. No chance of doing anything. Just gonna be a liability. There are probably, but I don't think they're implemented in the game. Like this, we're probably also driving in an unsafe manner. Multiple cars have crashed. Is this another one? I know I saw someone under Schumacher here. Latifi, is he? Oh, here we see the man without a rear wing, Ocon.
It's a collision. Here's the replay.
I think
Now have
Latifi
a
has
watch
taken
of this.
someone out here.
Looks like Ocon.
Or maybe not.
And there's the collision. It's
And
caused
Alpha Tauri
absolute
took him out.
carnage.
Yeah, that's a risky parking spot, Ocon. I don't think we're gonna pit here. We're just gonna stick on the medium to the end. I can see some AI maybe pulling out the pit stop and going to hards. Yeah, exact same interaction as Albon 2. That's also what I like to see, a bit more realistic / organic, accidents, because right now they seem to be just like you can only crash here. I don't remember where the other places are, but you can't have like random incidents anywhere on the track. It's just certain places. Oh, my bad. Safety cars come back in. I was clicking without thinking.
Safety car in this lap.
Never mind. There we go. I was going a little bit too quickly forward, so the message didn't actually pop up. But yeah, we're doing well this race, honestly. We're already outside of DRS from Verstappen. Mick is still just lacking that little bit though, because he isn't able to really catch up to Mag. So it is unfortunate.
And DRS is enabled.
I think this is good though, if we can keep this going to the end. As I said, we are going to have to pit again, but that goes for everyone here, basically.
I locked up.
Yep, understood.
I'm sorry for laughing, but the fact that I had KMAG here and I'm focused on him, and then I just see an Haas shoot across the screen at the bottom, and then this number hits 0 while Mick is just going, I locked up. Honestly, I might have to hire some 40 rate drivers at this stage. Yeah. I'm just very happy that Mick didn't take KMAG with him. But I am starting to wonder if there are hidden stats for Mick only to make sure that he crashes as much as he does. Okay, so major damage to chassis, rear wing, and suspension. This is a... Yeah, this is a... he's gonna for sure not be going anymore. He's out.
I don't know what to say. I'm very sorry about that.
Okay, at least you understand.
Okay, Mick, are you okay?
He got further around the corner than most. Yeah, I think he hit the wall the hardest so far of the people I've seen. So, he made a good attempt. A lot of people
Stop the
did
car,
pits
stop
though.
the car.
I guess they're going on to mediums to the end.
Copy.
that could be a problem for us. We could do the same, but we're already behind the safety car. You reminded to see what the thing I found funny. Yeah, I'm glad we agree. That's the side of the camera, Mick. I just see the garage. Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate though. At this rate, we might actually get another safety car. Like we're just one car now away from Singapore.
Safety car in.
So I
this
probably
lap.
should have pitted too, but we're gonna gamble on it being okay. Did your car have low cooling though? We have already gained on Hamilton here, so as long as Hamilton's the one behind us, we might be good. But it is a very long pit lane, so we might still be in trouble.
DRS enabled.
P8 Gasly, P13 Tsunoda. Which race partner? Where you at? I'm surprised though that Albon is still running. Mick should have had probably a higher growth potential, yeah. We do have... Problem is, if I pit now, I'm going to be the last, so I don't have any choice but to stay out for a few more laps. I should have pitted earlier. I can't even make it last to the end. The fact that they're pitting does kind of help. Let's see. So everyone here has to pit. Hamilton, Leclerc. Latifi is good. Latifi is actually the roadblock right now. Softs is kind of garbage on this track. You remember? If you have a look here, the mediums is actually better for the most part. As you can see, it's just 500s between them. And again, the degradation is just a bit worse. But again, I think this is one of the tracks where it isn't accurate. Like someone has said the wrong one. Because this is supposed to be 1.5 seconds. This is 1.1. So, ending on soft might actually be a good idea. So what I'm thinking is that we just go aggressive now for this lap. And then we go full on attack on the next one. Because we also have fuel that we can burn. And hopefully that gives us enough time that we might be able to sneak out ahead of Latifi, maybe, if we're lucky. That is going to be the goal here. And if we're gaining a lot of time, we might just go ahead and push for one more lap. And I think we are going to do that. Delay the pit stop by a lap. Because right now we are gaining, as you can see, quite a lot of time. I think we gained 2 seconds this lap. But again, we did use a lot of energy. Yellow in sector 1. 31.3 versus 34.9. So yeah. As long as we can keep those lap times going and just get the gap is that we come out ahead of Vettel. That would actually be kind of amazing if we could pull it off. So, one more delay. The database editor looks so fun to mess with. Yeah, if I'm gonna edit the database, I'll probably need to go back a few patches, but it was an interesting suggestion that we got from... the name is stuck right now. From Jules. 32-1. 35. We're still gaining. Thinking we do one more lap and then we should be safe. Even though we are kind of getting in the risky zone. Delay it once more. The problem is going to be hunting down Hamilton and Leclerc. But if they're gonna stick on these to the end, 10 more laps, they're gonna be shot. Ricciardo's pitting. The first version only, yeah. I'll see that what we can do. Figure something out. But yeah, now we should be able to come out ahead of Vettel. And that should help us out a bit. Hopefully we have enough speed here to you know, get the things done. We might even come out ahead of Paris. We did. That's big. That is huge. Now we'll see if we can, as I said, hunt down Hamilton, Leclerc, Alonso. I honestly, if you go into your settings, there should be an option there to degrade your Steam game, like a previous patch. I've had to do it a lot when I was playing Paradox games because mostly every time they release a new DLC, it would break the base game. But yeah, Jack, I don't know. I'm not very knowledgeable about modding. Hamilton is now pitting. I assume Leclerc is going to have to do the same here. Even though he probably would have liked to stay out. Paris is also going to have to pit, so might be this might be good for us. Let us speed things up. We are gaining about 2 seconds a lap. Well, 1.8 in that one. There we go, he's pitting. Now we just need to not bin it. The original method of editing, yeah. It could also be that they are messing with the like verification files. Because if the game is crashing, it means there's something that's supposed to be there isn't anymore. For instance, TF2, if you remove the JPEG of a coconut, the game would crash.
Starting final lap.
So, it could be a bunch of things why the code suddenly crashes.
Checkered flag.
Yeah, we got a Magnussen win again.
You did.
Schumacher DNF. 2 in a row. For both. Well, 3 in a row for Magnussen. That is very, very promising. KMAG on 6 wins. What's next? Is it Coda? They might be carrying. New database on save. Okay, so basically editing, live editing. Okay. Leclerc, though, making up 17 places is kind of impressive. Hamilton, third. Honestly, we're not catching up to Merck, basically, because... unfortunately, because of Schumacher, you guys are right about that, which kind of sucks. Gasly's 6th there. Tsunoda 10th. I'm looking forward upon to seeing if the AlphaTauri of this save ends up doing better than you, because they've been doing pretty okay so far. Like the last couple of races, at least. I think you'll beat them out. I'm just dreaming right now. They're 7th with 47 points. You probably have more already. They've had a couple of good results lately, like 6th and 10th here. It's not really good. It's decent. Yeah, Miami will have heavy rain. Oh, that's gonna be pain. Do you have forecast centers, or are you just gonna have to gamble? We won, but we need a new car. Again. So to Crest, Gene, if Gene was watching this, he'd be like, I won, but at what cost? Oh, good luck, Pano. That's gonna be interesting. For sure. Update comes after the weekend. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Flight pods design is completed. Let's get ahead and get it manufactured. We have 11 days. We'll get 1, I guess. No, we might actually get 2. 1 for each car. Beautiful. And as I said, I will allow designs that go past the 3 ones on virtue on the fact that they only focus cooling. So let's see, there's no cooling on this one. Cooling on chassis, brakes, none. So side pods for engine, chassis, and side pod for engine, yeah, and then front wing cooling here. Honestly, I'm not going to make any front wings for cooling. I'm just going to get a cooling stat up for next year. That's the goal. Anyways. Italia. Yeah, I know. It's... I feel like the weather center is just unrealistic. Like, there's no Formula 1 team out there who would be that bad at predicting. Won't reach completion date. What? I thought it was December that was completion date. Did they change that too? Okay. I guess we're gonna get some engine cooling then. Is completion date the last race of the season now, maybe? That would make sense. Yeah. I think for the Williams challenge, we're going to go no CFD or wind tunnel. It's either that or no intense. I think both is going to be a bit overkill, but one of them is definitely going to be necessary. Schumacher has low morale. Yeah, it's because he crashed. I don't have any power over whether he crashes or not. Do you want me to walk up to him and tell him to not drive? Honestly, he did bin quite a lot of parts now I think about it, so we should probably have gone through that after the race. No intense would just save me money. To be fair, money isn't an issue here. Look at this. I still have 64 million while running intense. And again, the facilities are going to be capped, and facilities are what you spend the most amount of money on. So I'm not going to be spending money on drivers because we're going to get Latifi and Stroll. So again, money isn't a concern. So I don't know. I guess we'll try something next season. Try to get another part. The thing is, it popped up on the other one too, so I don't know what's going on here. I know. You're not allowed to design arts, but you're allowed to research to December 31st. You're only allowed to design parts until the last race, and then it's just research. That's what's going on here. I'm so used to doing research for the last half of the season that I forgot about that. So it's on me. But yeah, I'm thinking we might just, again, maybe try no CFD or wind tunnel next season. Manufacturing complete. Supposed to keep a driver going. I haven't tried, so I honestly don't know. Maybe someone else can help. Alonso in his 50s. Honestly, I think Alonso in reality would just keep on going until you toss him out of the car window. He would happily drive forever. We only have 3 front wings. That kind of worrisome. Weather center finally finished. Happy about that. But yeah, I don't know any way to keep people driving. Honestly, I would agree with you there. Just give Alonso stupid money. It would make more sense if say your drivers start declining and that they could retire, but they haven't really put anything like that in. But what I really would like to see is just a experience stat. That would be good. Like, the more experience you have, the less error prone they are.
Welcome to
But
the
I would
United
be
States.
very happy if you get Alonso, as I said, stupid money. Thank you, Jack. Maybe that's the problem though. Let's see if Mick crashes this time, it's the Dragovich curse. Confirmed. Dragovich is just sitting there, setting up the car in P1 like, how can we make him crash? These gearboxes are getting nasty. We're gonna need a new gearbox for Mick by the end of this. It's gonna have what, 6 this stage? 6 gearboxes, yeah. You got him on a 4-year contract, 50 mil salary. Yeah, lower paces. Could save engine too, I guess, by running lower fuel usage. I would assume. Let's get some more components into KMAG's car too. And let's see. Let's set up the setup here. Lower fuel harvest ERS too. Harvest ERS I think would actually be kind of negative in reality, but in the game it might not be. Because keeping it full isn't actually too great for its health either. Keeping it empty, keeping it full, neither is good. Kind of want to keep it in the middle for longevity sake. But who knows if it works like that in game. It would actually be kind of fun to test, but again, I feel like the durability isn't that much of an issue, so who really knows? Let's say car parts are good, drivers are good. Let's get through practice 1. Never really harvest DRS. I do it when I get stuck behind people for long periods of time, and here we get back to the AI's penalty. Let's see, 8 drivers eating it this time. I generally only take penalties if we have more than a few crashes during a season. Standard or overtake? I do use overtake a lot, honestly. That might be why. We are getting kind of beat out here, which is concerning, but we are using older parts. I use it in the beginning and towards the end maybe, and of course after safety cars, just giving them the extra deploy speed. Push for 2 laps, yeah. That is basically how it goes though. Like you aren't wrong. I need to get another gearbox here for Magnussen too before the end. We'll have to see. We're gonna gamble on using this gearbox for this race and see if we can make through all this. The gearbox should be fine, but like if he bumps, to be fair, he doesn't really destroy gearboxes. He destroys other people's gearboxes, so should be fine. He'll just eat someone else's box. That makes sense.
Radio check, Kevin.
Radio is good.
Yeah. See if we get any roadblocks. Looks like we're getting a Stroll and an Albon and a Bottas. Science even helped make up in the first corner there. Might need a second run here. We'll see. This is one of those tracks that is easy to be held up, unfortunately. I used to watch football a lot more before when I played it myself. Back then I supported Liverpool. But it was more of a casual supported thing. Most of the kids on my like soccer team did. So I ended up supporting them basically because it was what we ended up watching. So very casual. Do you have a favorite team? Was it I might be wrong, but was it Arsenal? Yeah. I think we're safer, so we're not going to send out Mick again. We should be okay. We want to use old compounds. They burn so quickly here, like 20% for 3 laps.
Radio check, Kev.
Radio's good.
What I am considering in terms of limiting progress, kind of little bit, is that for my Latifi and Stroll run, I might just say that Intense is not allowed for rear wing, underfull, and front wing, and I can only use it for chassis, side pods, and suspension. And see if I can make something work with that. That could too be also be interesting. Okay, that's interesting. I think make it safer. Yeah, I might have to have a look at that too, Sloth, in terms of practice. But it seems like you do have full control over it. Okay, let's see if Mix get kicked out of the top 10. Looks safe. Impressive by Bottas here, actually getting 5th. We're still going to run the scrub softs for the first run, and then we'll do a proper run afterwards.
Radio check, Mick.
Seeing that you have to manually switch to wipe the practice parts when they break, I'm pretty sure they just use it for the practice. But if you see laps, sometimes it seems like they haven't done all the laps they could. So I would imagine they actually just stop the practice when the parts break. But I don't remember. I don't want to say things too certainly right now, honestly. Okay, the softs have been quite degraded here. We're kind of struggling. See how this goes. If we can climb up a little bit higher on the starting list. You're just simming all practices together. Or 5th place for Magnussen. I guess we're having some new engine parts then for the other teams maybe. But we're starting front row because penalties. Second row I would assume for Schumacher, maybe not. We'll see. Yeah, I would assume it's kind of silly. Seems kind of broken if it really works like that. You would be able to save your pass quite a bit. 6.38. Hope you're running wets, man. Short-ish pit lane, 22. Softs are great super quick here, 700s. Yeah, that's not very competitive. Same for the mediums, just 10 laps over the hards. This is actually a hard track. Literally. Medium, hard, medium could work. Medium, medium, hard, just a different configuration. I think we're gonna do this. It's just easier, and then we can pit earlier if we need to. It's honestly a decent strategy. This is a bit too much of a gamble for me. Hello, Edster. KMAG has how many race wins now? 6. So we've been winning a lot. And Mick has been bidding it a lot, so other than that, not really. We've had some good races, to be fair. Magnussen had some good results. We'll see if we can keep it going. Schumacher has been DNFing, I think, 3 or 4 races in a row now, unfortunately. So we'll see how that goes. I hope you've had a good evening yourself. But had a lot of fun with what's been going on here. About to start Coda, as you can see. Starting second and fourth, so first and second row. That is nice. Go overtake then. See if we can push through immediately. And let's get started.
It's a bit of a cloudy day for the race.
It's gonna rain and I just didn't pay attention.
It's the United States Grand Prix. It's lights out and away we go.
That's a decent start for Magnussen, I think. Maybe a little bit slow. Look at it again. Bottas has already gotten him. Yeah. Damn, what a start from Bottas. Okay, I shouldn't have said it anything. It looked okay, but then immediately I got proven wrong. Bottas is running old soft stuff. Oh my god. What is these strategies? Like, the softs won't even last. If they're going soft, hard, medium, the cars are gonna cry. Chaotic dry wet in Suzuka? Yeah. Honestly, we would actually add a 1-2 in Suzuka if it wasn't for crashing. Let's turn Schumacher down to neutral. Hello, Kieran. I'm happy for you. Hope your exams went well. Yeah. Long school day again. Do you have any exams left, or have you got moved through most of them now? We are kind of struggling at the moment, honestly. Struggling with Bottas. Let's have a quick look here on the engines. I believe Verstappen has a new one, maybe. Did he not set it first lap time? There we are. Yeah, Verstappen has a new engine. That explains a couple of things. Both Ferraris too, fresh engines. This is going to be a rough season to finish here. P13, 14. It happens to all of us. The wet is just difficult in this game, I feel like. Yeah, that was Mick crashed in mine too, Edster. Fortunately. I'm glad that you're done with your exams. It can be kind of stressful, honestly. The Underflow's doing great, honestly. We have a car now who is probably top 3. Well, not probably top 3. Top 3, maybe top 2. We're just lacking a little bit in top speed and low speed corners, but we have the #1 car now in high speeds. Masterclass requirement when it rains. It's just the forecast. Pino's on a new save, unfortunately for him. Level 1 forecast in Miami is kind of being mean because it's just basically random at that point. I think we should be able to get him in once we have some DRS to work with. Yeah, it's a good strategy. It does work. Bottas is doing work indeed. But I'm wondering for how long, because he's running an old softs, and this place eats the tires, literally. 5mm Abu Dhabi. Well, you could always have flooding, so be careful what you wish for. So yeah, now if we can make a move on Bottas, there we are. Then I'm going to need Schumacher here to do the same. Maybe use the ploy for a little bit so we catch up. Same here for
Good
Magnussen.
job, Kev.
Haas with an overtake.
Schumacher is catching up here too, which is nice. The race could floor? Oh, flood. Yeah, I think it caps out at 10mm, so... Then again, that is quite a lot, so that would be kind of rough. Actually, Perez running out front here. 8 or 9, yeah. Might actually be that caps out at 9. It is, honestly. Basically not using any energy here. Like, Mick has been running deploy since the start. You have a lockup for the yellow. Did he bang someone? Car run wide.
Seems to have been a lockup.
Hamilton.
Let's have a look. Now watch
Looks like a
this.
firefighter
Lewis
serves, yeah.
Hamilton involved in this one. Oh, and there's the lockup. That's the last thing they'll have wanted.
Yeah, I know. The weather center here is in this game is like again, it's one of my biggest complaints. The fact that it's that unreliable. Like if you were in charge of figuring out the weather for a race and you told them it's going to be dry with 9mm, you'd be fine before you could even open your mouth. Okay, Mag did get him.
Okay, good job. That's one.
I think now it's Schumacher. I need him to get the move done. Might need to use the driving clean air thingy to pull this off if it's keeps on going like this. First is on medium, so it isn't the worst thing in the world if he sticks with me. We can just go balance for a bit. You have a great idea for a challenge? Let's hear it. We should be getting it now, I think. Always use max fuel? I think that would actually benefit me. That's
Just keep concentrating.
honestly, but we could try. We'll be very slow in the beginning.
Red Bull gained a place.
It could work, but there's so many tracks where you start with like 5 kilograms under, so you can just burn fuel for the entire race. But it could work. I can always try it, yeah. Might try it for the last few races this season. See how it goes. We can still pull out wins. Schumacher is up in the podium position now. The question is just if he can stay there. All of these boys are going to have to pit. They're probably running it down to 30% though, now I think about it. The other thing is, can Schumacher actually catch up to the cars in front? Does he have the lap times for that?
Moved up.
Kinda. I was a little bit slow there on getting the ERS turned off. Yeah, without ERS, it's kind of difficult. I'm just DRS training with the Red Bull, fortunately. Good balance on the fuel. And at this rate, I think Leclerc is going to catch up to Schumacher. So we can take it from there. Potentially bin him.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, there's some tracks we can only fill a little bit, so we can have a look at it for the last few races this season.
That's a lockup.
And see where it would place us. But so the pit stops here. What are they going on? Mediums? Okay, then I assume they are finishing on the hards. That's the only thing that makes sense. We are also kind of helping Perez here. Well, Perez is also helping us, so we can live with that. Gasly P5, pit of P8. Did you jump people in the pits? Why are you talking about the game here? Gasly 19th. Extremely under fuel. Running conserve the entire race, basically. I wonder how hard you can underfuel your car, though, and still, like, finish. That could also be something that's just fun to test. Paris pitting on 50% softs. That's gonna be interesting. Is he going hards then? No, 50% medium. Sorry, not softs. He had mediums. Yeah, I would have to run conserve. Probably also some tire saving at one point. They are slightly quicker than us, but that's kind of what you'd expect. We're running old mediums, but again, the tire wear is just so extreme here. A lot of them are going to be running less than 30 at the end. Safety car. Beautiful. This benefits us greatly. And for once, Schumacher wasn't their creator. They both think they did Laney thoroughly. Ugh. I don't know why I can't speak once I've spoken English for a long time. Overfuel is funny. Yeah. They both like 30, so it does work. Okay. I'll have a look at it. Did Magnus admit? Yeah, Magnus missed the pits. Norris has crashed.
Take a look now. Now just take a look at the McLaren.
Which one? Okay, lucky it was the front one, because otherwise it would have taken someone with him. And there's just an F on the screen. Okay, sorry, that got me a bit too much there. The fact that he crashes and then it's just an F. Perfectly mid-screen. Yeah, that was a perfect safety car for us.
Okay, Kev, no management required.
And the only one ahead of us is actually Paris. Oh, Leclerc got us too. Never mind. Well, are we getting him back? Yeah, I could have pushed for one more lap though if I'd realized that Magnussen would be let go by. This is still fairly good though. Don't get me wrong. Leclerc's running again all the mediums at this stage. And Magnussen will probably be overtaken by Perez, but that's fine. What's happening, Pano? Yeah, don't trust the weather center. Again, they use ancient tech.
So overtake is available if you need it.
Copy that.
Honestly, if your weather center is like tier 4, tier 5, just do copy the AI. Honestly, you don't really have a choice because it's literally just... I swear to Christ, people who work in the weather center in this game are just throwing dice, throwing things at the wall, and like seeing where it sticks when they make their predictions.
Safety car is in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
Copy.
If you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy.
We'll catch these guys. Let's catch them.
Gasly P3? Did you win? Or are you currently in P3? Podium with Gasly in Miami would be very impressive. Then you're definitely doing better than the Alphas on
No overtaking
my
for the
side.
timing line.
Copy that.
%90 currently for the weather center, yeah? I think this is good. Like, in terms of the tires, we have the fresh ones in the top 6 here. Then we have Verstappen's. So it's going to be interesting if we can make some moves here. Move a little bit further ahead. Magnussen is pushing, and he did get the move done. Let's deploy a little bit here, see if we can get some distance. Gasly super good, yeah.
With an overtake.
There's the reason why people pick up Gasly and Bottas like when they start with lower team. Schumacher, are you going to make a move on Leclerc? Or are you maybe a little bit slower than what is needed to pull it off? Put you neutral.
DRS enabled.
Tsunami in P6. Minus a bit faster lap, we'd like to see that. Do not crash too much. Has it been crashing as much as Mick has this season though? In this Haas save? Schumacher gets the overtake done, nice. He can fight Leclerc then. Don't know if he will be able to actually catch up to Paris here. Could try and deploy. And just go all in. Could also try and slow down here a little bit.
Okay, we're out of DRS.
But I don't think it's happening. Popped him out before he could do more damage. You basically went the Haas approach of, nah, make it too much deeps. The man's too powerful to be kept around. You can shoot Schumacher down before he burns all his fuel. Magnus and Paris are fighting, which is perfectly fine with us. Maggie? Please drive. Okay, so that sucks. I don't remember, but if you go up here and press reports, you can check the pre-race report in compound performance. Oh no. You can check it mid-race, no problem. I don't remember the exact things for Miami. Yes, we have some work ahead, I would say, with Magnussen. But I think we're fine here, because again, we do have the advantage of tire wear in the long run. Probably medium, yeah, but again, I don't know. I don't remember how harsh the degradation is there. But you have a couple of tools here where you can check what would actually work. You can change these on the fly, add new strategy, put in the tire, and it'll give you update the time to what it estimates it to be at. To be fair though, Mag has been like winning, what is it, 4 races in a row? So we can't really get too busy with him. He's been winning, so I can't really be too upset here. And what did we be like, 9 seconds, 11 seconds behind the lead. So I think we're fine. These boys also need to pit before us, so I think we're okay. Lap 4 Singapore. KMAG has won 6 races this season, I believe. Is that what we figured out? Yeah, he has won 6 races this season, so Singapore is wild, yeah. Singapore is like, if you're unlucky, you perish. No joke. Yeah. Singapore is usually three-ish safety cars, no joke. Like minimum. Ran out of ERS, that's a bit problematic. Might need to charge for a couple laps there. Even though they're on super old mediums. Just can't get the speed to overtake.
Charge on, please.
Copy.
There we go, Science is pitting. That should help us out a bit.
Charge off.
Copy that.
I have a lot of them, but some of them just don't do much. So, gonna be adding more, I think, for the next season. And then see how we do. Mick's doing good, like he's just hanging out in P2, chilling. Big chilling. Let's get past Bottas and hunt down Verstappen, please. That would be nice if you could do that.
Mode push. Nice work, Kev.
Leclerc should pit soon, so
Haas with
it's
an
fine.
overtake.
Although he's actually fighting Mick right now. How is lap times looking? We're actually running lower than cars in front. But that's probably because we were held up.
Wow.
You got a podium? Very nice, Bono.
Did a good job.
That is a good job. P8 tsunami. Mick's actually kind of getting shit on right now.
Ferrari advance the race position.
Fighting Verstappen and Leclerc at the same time.
Okay, good job, Mick.
But honestly, we just need these hards to last, and then I think we're okay still.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
I think Schumacher just sticks with them. That works too for
Red
us.
Bull moved up.
Yeah, I generated voices. It would be neat, but I'm not putting my money on it. We are gaining on... We're not gaining. Verstappen was really speedy. Okay. I'll have to see if we actually catch up here. Or if we might just be a tad too slow when they have fresh engines. No speed cornering is still very, very important. It would be nice if they did slough, but again, I think that's probably one of the things I don't see happening.
Oh, and
They do
Ferrari
use
just
AI
gained a
generated
place.
faces, I think. That tech has been around for a while. Leclerc finally pitted. Came out on fresh hards. Looks like we'll be going to the end on those. First pitting. E2 should be going to the end or whatever he put us on. A lot of pitting right now from everyone. Thing is, we still need to eke out some.
Okay, Mick, we need to save some fuel because we're not going to finish.
Love that Mick is 0.4, and then we have Magnus with 0.8, and then they're worried about Mick not finishing. Yeah, staying optimistic is good, but don't get too optimistic, because then you'll get severely disappointed. Might be that I picked the wrong strategy here. We'll have to see. We're going to be suffering until we get on those new mediums. I know the fuel range is
I
low.
think
Just how
someone's
things
run
be.
wide.
Hello, Marius. Basically just by game knowledge, honestly. But the thing is, your underfloor is your number one component. As long as you focus your underfloor, your rear wing, and your front wing, you can
Red Bull gained a place.
you'll have a very easy time making a good team quickly. But I have some expectations, I won't lie. But I'm trying to temper them too at the same time. It's like I would love to see this, but I can live without it not existing, sort of thing. We are getting closer to the pit window.
We need to save some fuel because we're not going to finish.
Copy.
Mick will be fine, but I think I might need to save on Magnussen unless we get another safety car.
Locked up.
Okay.
Okay, you dodged Leclerc there, I guess.
Looks like there's been a
Not the worst
lockup.
lockup ever. Yeah. It's like expecting Mick to win. At least lately. I guess morale actually does have an effect, maybe on driver error, potentially. He's trying his best, yeah.
Red Bull moved up.
Honestly, I might keep Mick at this stage and see if we can actually turn him into a driver that doesn't make errors. That would be that would actually be a challenge. But still, we're good for now.
Ferrari advance the
We'll be
race
pitting
position.
fairly soon too. So what I'm thinking here is we push Schumacher, we get aggressive on Magnussen, and we pit this lap onto the mediums. It'll save us about 3 seconds of lap time, as you can see. So it'll allow us to potentially catch up to people ahead of us. Give him a 5-year and see? Yeah. Honestly, again, I think maybe just playing a couple of seasons on this save, just adding more limitations each year until we hit a healthy medium, basically, or maybe even a point where we're getting nerfed could work. And getting Mick world champion in that process could be fun. There we go, standard. Yeah, let's see if Mick can catch up those 30 seconds to the hard runners up front. I was about to say one of them is going to need to pit, but that's Max. We'll check lap times in a couple of laps here. They're actually going to get overtaken by Mick, looks like it. I got out ahead. But I think Mick's close in a couple of seconds there by pitting a lap earlier. We're also going to have to worry about the fuel consumption here. So this could be interesting to watch. But currently, yeah, we have 27 seconds up to the top. Question is, if we have enough laps to make it work, we need to gain a couple of seconds a lap. Which might be a bit too much to wish for. Let us see here. Didn't really gain anything that lap for good old Magnus. They did get past the lap though. Yeah, it was still a bit too slow by the looks of things. Might be able to find a way up to 4th potentially. We shall see. But again, kind of a rough one. Unfortunately. I know we're low on the fuel range. Yeah, we're gonna have to conserve in a little bit here, I think. Just try and get up to science first, if possible.
Haas with an overtake.
The mediums here didn't really perform as well as I hoped. But that's on me. Hello, Kieran. Welcome back. But yeah, once we get behind science here now, we can start conserving for a little bit. Get things back on the... back where they should be. Well, we even overtake while conserving, and we are running away. Might get Leclerc, but 8 laps, It's gonna be difficult. 38.9. Yeah, half a second. We need double that. I need a stroll up there to hold to keep them going. Schumacher, though, are you not want to make a move?
Is
Yeah.
that a new race position for Haas?
I usually get strategy wrong around this place because it's just so rough. Maybe I should tree stop. Currency is weird. What's going on? Alonso with Alpine is winning. It's not just a good thing. We are getting closer, but again, it's too much. But if we can get 4th and 5th, I can be happy with that. It's not a great result, but it's an acceptable result. Especially considering that the Merc is 8th. Hey Thanos. You're not controlling Alpine and they're just dominating? The AI rolled double upgrade on the underfloor. Out of nowhere? That sounds concerning. Might be a corruption in your save. Do you have an earlier one? Because that doesn't sound fun, Thanos.
Max Verstappen over the finish line and today's winner.
Thank you so much for that.
Good
4th and
drive, mate.
5th? I'd say we
Okay,
take
yeah,
it.
so obviously,
Big finally finishing in the points for once. Finishing a race, that's rare. Lately. But yeah, I should have done better strategy. Still, good chunk of points there. Basically what we would get anyways. Because usually we only have Magnus in finishing. And Russell 8th here, so we gained a bunch of points on Merc. Verstappen victory, Perez 2nd, 1-2. Ferrari 3rd and 6th. Bottas and Guan Yu Show. Scoring points here for Alpha. And then final point goes to Ocon. Perez moved back up ahead of Magnussen. 5 points between them now. We're gonna have to see if we can actually catch up here. You could try that, Thanos. I haven't really had any issues like that myself, so I don't know what could be causing it. 8 points now behind Merc. Looks promising. For sure. Point to Magnussen. We can use that. Point to Drogovic. We'll just keep that bank for now. And we apparently failed a performance bonus, but that's just how it be sometimes. Rear wing manufacturing has been completed. See, what other parts did we need? Front wing, did we not? Yeah, let's just get 3 of them in the cooker so we don't get in trouble. I'm thinking maybe we do another season here, whether we try. We're trying to have Mick go points, be champion. But if so, we're going to have to give him a new contract here. And honestly, I agree with the suggestion of giving him a 5-year contract. Try to make him champion, maybe. Sign Latifi. I'll wait for using Latifi until I do the Stroll Latifi game, honestly. And as I said, it'll probably be next week sometime. Let's try this, see how he feels. What? Didn't like your salary? If you want $1 million, then. Million wasn't enough either? Okay, what exactly is it that you want then? Is it the... Every race you win, I'll give you 300,000. Should that be it? Give you 500,000 if you win. How about that? Maybe that will motivate you to not crash. Well, he did just finish 5th, so... Okay. How about this? I guess it's because KMAG is here. I'm gonna give you one last chance to buy 2.5 million. And if not, I guess we are getting Latifi. I know, but right now he has 540,000. He gets 50,000 for 10, so let's do this then. Because again, we don't need to worry about money. 2.5 million wasn't enough. Okay, I guess mixed league. Malvestiti. I don't get this one though. Like, I'm wondering what I'm gonna have a look and see if we can see what his contract is, because he's gonna leave the team now. Unfortunately, it would be fun to make him champion, but like, yeah, when I give him 2.5 million a year at 5 times his current salary, compared to the car and everything, he just goes, nah. I don't like that. Let's check the warehouse, because I think I have some pieces here I haven't put on our car. Yeah. We can upgrade the chassis for both cars, which is nice. And other than that, I don't think we have anything else. I'm just double checking. We do have side pods. Actually, also kind of an upgrade, so let's get those on the car. Now we can have a little bit of an analysis game. Yeah, I'll try and remember to use max fuel in the next race in Mexico. Let's see, Ferrari. Okay, this looks a bit more promising for us. I haven't spent any money, Marius. That's what's going on here. If you have a look at my facilities, I haven't spent money on any of these. I haven't spent anything on the staff. I haven't spent anything on operations, except for weather center. So in return, I have a lot of money. Because mainly these 3 are your big spenders, and once they're maxed, you still make a huge amount of money. I haven't upgraded any of my staff either, so I have money from that. Could probably give him this point though on the floor. And because of that, and the fact that I haven't changed out any of the drivers, we have saved up a bunch of money as a result. I am keeping Kevin. He also he's gonna stay for 2 more years according to this contract of his. Yeah, 2 more years. Unless I break the contract, but I'm keeping Kevin for now, I think. Unless we decide to get rid of him, we'll have to see if Schumacher wants a new contract by the end of the year, because right now he is not happy with the offer I gave him. Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing if they make some improvements next year, Thanos too. But I just wanted to see if I could put together some limitations that make... Yeah, the fact that he gave up 2.5 million. 500,000 for every podium. Like a 5-year contract in the seat on a team that's currently winning. That's an interesting one. I guess he wanted max money. I wish they would just tell you, like, how much do you want? Like, you could just straight walk up to them and ask them, how much do you want to stay? Find Andrew Tate. How would that work? Honestly, we could also try and just take 2 of the biggest talents down here. Behrman, for instance, and the next youngest one that's big. Doohan, would it be? Slap them in the car, they would be great too. Just Pocher and Doohan would actually probably be able to win within a couple of seasons. Who else do we have? Yes, it's always good, for sure. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. If we actually have him leaving. Behrman is great, yeah. Get a new gen. Yeah, they're great. Honestly, they might make the game a bit too easy if I pick them up. I really want to try to get a new gen driver to be world champion. I haven't done that yet. The problem is just by the time you get a new gen that you can pick up, that you've already, you know, won the game. Okay, so let's tune down the pace mode. Let's remember that Drogovic before Jack reminds me that I am a fool overtook. Melon is quite good. Beerman, yeah. I had him for a while. He's a good one. He's a good egg. Max fuel? Yeah. I need to get to the race though before we go max fuel. This is just practice. Use all the sandbags. Let's see here what we can get. For Mexico. Let's see. There we are. Let us... We could just sim to qualifying, that works too, I guess. But I'll do them one by one. Get a little bit of wear into the parts. You only need to go to the ocean and eat your whole thing. Yeah, this time I remembered Jack. The next time I'm gonna forget, I can guarantee it. For sure. Fuel does affect wear, Thanos. It's just very slightly when you push. It's not the fuel in particular, it's just the engine mode push. Costs a little bit more wear on the tires, but it's like 1 or 2 percentage points. 3, 4 maybe over the course of a full stint. So it's very minimal. It's basically a lap. And you probably... The time gained is worth it for sure. I wouldn't be too concerned. We're probably going to need a new gearbox by the end of this for me, by the way. Wait, this is... Why am I setting this up as if it's qualifying? I'm a dum-dum. If I'd broken the other gearbox too for Shumi, I would actually be kind of sad. Yeah, if you're always pushing, it'll do a lot. It'll have an effect for sure. We had 100% confidence, which is neat. Kill the almost dead parts? Yeah, I could do that. Probably should do that, just to get them out of the way.
We'll be kicking off today with the final practice.
Now to the engine. Honestly, the reason why I usually don't do this is just because we get the damaged car part thing pop up, and it's just annoying to click an extra time. Personally. Oh, this is okay. Yeah, true. We're lacking some car part knowledge, but we can live with that. Up on the new engine. But yeah, we'll have to see what we do with the gearbox that might be missing. I think we'll sort it out somehow. I think Magnussen is safe with this gearbox unless he crashes. There's 3 races remaining, including this one. So I think we're okay. 36 laps with no parts, yeah.
Radius good.
Who needs an engine when they're doing practice, eh? Sorry about that, just quickly responding to a message. Get back into it. That's a pretty good lap. I don't know if Paris got held up. I didn't pay attention. It would look like Paris got held up for sure with Verstappen doing that lap. I think we're safe though. We're not gonna need to run a second one here.
We'll see you back here.
Oh, so Paris held up Schumacher and Schumacher held up Paris. Balance has been restored. That is pretty good. Marco's calling. But yeah, the AI is just eating penalties right now.
Radio check, Kev.
Radio is good.
See if we can get through this one without getting held up. Looks good. It's slightly slower than some people, but yeah, the new engines in the Red Bulls are clearly a problem. I think what we're gonna do to nerf ourselves a little bit next season is that we get the Renault engines, because they are the slowest ones when I tested, unless they've fixed that. Do we think Schumacher is safe? 3/10? It is a short lap. I think we gamble on him being safe. Ooh, yeah, he's safe. Yeah, because you can't pick your engine in the first season, but second season we nerf ourselves a little bit by picking the worst one. Nice, and Verstappen both have penalties, so this could be interesting. Like, half of the top 10 here are going to eat penalties. Engine performance was unchanged? Yeah, okay. Because I found it funny in the test I ran that, like, the Renault was supposed to be slightly better than one of the other ones, but it was just straight up the worst one.
Radio check, Kevin.
Radio is good.
Are we getting some Ferrari roadblocks? Lock up for Magnussen. Did he get damage? Nope, then we're good.
I think there's been a lockup.
I don't even know if he
Let's
held a
take look
Mick
at
there
the
with the
replay.
lockup. Did he even have an
All
effect
eyes
on him?
Kevin Magnussen here. And there's the lockup. It almost got away from them entirely.
That looked a bit interesting. Kind of surprised he didn't eat the wall there. Honestly. Let's set up for the fresh run at the end there. The Tilke School of track design, yeah. We are gonna do max fuel here, but I don't remember how much you start with in Mexico, so it might not be that much over maximum. We shall see, Kieran. Not the best quality we ever had. 4th for Shumi. 8th for Mick. Sorry, why am I calling Magnussen Shumi? 4th for Magnussen. 8th for Mick. But he'll pop up because 2 penalties here. So second. Still. Okay, so this one we can actually overfuel massively. Like, that's gonna be insane. Honestly, this is probably the best place to test it. Look at this. The base load for 71 laps is 93. We can buff it by almost 20 additional kilos. So let's see. This should be more than enough to, you know, run aggressive for the entire thing. And we'll see if it slows us down massively, just as a test here, I guess. How are the tires looking here? Maybe. Kieran wishes for a daily. We'll give it a go. About 3/10, 10 laps. For the soft, that is. Medium, 25 laps. Okay. Ocas in Q3? That's very nice, Bono. That's actually really good. Hope it does slow us down. We'll figure it out very soon, honestly. I want to stay away from the Haas this race as much as possible. See what the strategy is. Yeah, we'll be fine with running forever. Okay, let's see here. If we do this... Gonna have to be a double stopper anyway, so... Do something like that. Supposedly quicker than any other strategy out there. And it's also just gonna help with like the first 10 laps, so let's do it. Yeah, still got 3 new sets of softs, yeah. You do quality manually, you can save so many soft tires, and on certain tracks you're just winning if you do. Okay, this works. Home saves is based on new chance right now. Email drivers. I don't know if you can, like in Football Manager, it's a specific date. I don't know if it's the same in this game, but you could potentially just save and reload until you get your female drops. But yeah, I think we'll try this. If it's painful, it will be painful, like really painful. But it will probably just give us a good indication of whether weight has something to say. But fueling is to play.
This is it. Here we go with the
Yeah.
Mexican Grand Prix. It's lights out.
It's a bit
And away
exploity,
we
but
go.
seems fine judging by the start here. But then again, they are on mediums and we're on softs. Just 2 other cars apart from ours that are on softs. We'll have to see. We have 16.6 kilograms extra fuel load here. We will be pushing to the end.
Good job, Kev.
Let's see if we can actually get some overtakes done, and then if we get out up front, because I don't need to touch this for the rest of the race. I shouldn't have to, at least. We managed to use all this extra fuel. I'm actually going to be kind of impressed.
Typical.
Still fighting him, Magnussen. Calm down.
Nice work, Kev.
Haas with an overtake there.
Mag getting Verstappen. We
Let's
did
see what
actually
happened
kind of miss
there.
it.
All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here.
That's nice. Although you kind of just rumbled over the chicane there a bit. Yeah. Doesn't seem like we're necessarily slowed down right now, but it could also just be the soft versus the hard, the mediums. Yeah. P5, P9 for your race? That's not bad. Latifi's engineer? Reduce lift encore? How did you say it? I understand what you mean. Go on, Magnus, and bully your way through. A very French guy, yeah.
You're doing a good job.
Okay, you have DRS.
It does seem like, you know,
job on that.
chucking extra 20 kilograms in these cars didn't have too much to say. Well, 15. Guess it's closer. Although, I say that, but Schumacher is kind of also lagging behind here, so... who knows? In terms of lap times, Schumacher is 6% slower than the Magnus, and that's kind of what we're used to. But honestly, if I want to test this, I kind of need to have them run one of them with max fuel and the one without nothing, and then have them run in clean air. Yeah, but Magnus, Schumacher is usually 6 tenths behind Magnussen on practice too. It is 3 tenths. I thought we would have seen a bit more, judging by the tires and everything, but clearly not. But if the weight doesn't actually matter, then underfueling wouldn't really... Underfueling would actually be a nerf straight up then. Yeah. Underfueling would be a nerf. Curious now if Magnussen on the softs is going to be able to pull away from Leclerc.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
Good try. Have a look. I think we're fine now to just speed it up a little bit. But yeah, I don't think the fuel weight hit is actually a concern because we are pulling away from Leclerc. Like, fair enough that we are on soft tires, but this should be around the time when they start to degrade. If it wasn't for DRS, I'm pretty sure we would be pulling away plus 1 second right now. Yeah. I'd say fuel weight doesn't really matter, so there is no reason to not overfuel your car then enough for the entire race, unless you really are worried about your tires and potentially then also your engine, because I believe it does have a little bit more durability effect on your engine, like goes down a bit quicker. But except for those two things, just feel free to overfuel your car, because then you can just push fuel the entire race. Hello, Derry. Magnussen is having a good time, indeed. It could be that kind of effect, but if an extra 16 kilograms is not enough to affect the push, then you're still benefit from max fueling your car because it's going to go down, and over time you will get a better thing. So running standard maybe slower, yeah, but there's no reason to overfuel the car and run standard. Unless you are, as I said, trying to nerf ourselves, but then it would be better to just run less fuel. But it is a shame that weight doesn't seem to really have an effect on lap times. Yeah. So, Dario, we're currently testing fuel. As you can see, we have 15.5k extra in the cars. And so far, it hasn't really had any effect. We can still pull away from a fresh Ferrari with a fresh engine. So, 15 kilograms of extra fuel, not really the best. Norris lost. Coley 2023 manager. We have a crash. Yellow. No safety car. By the looks of things. Leclerc. Oh, overtakes. I thought Leclerc crashed.
Watch this. There's Leclerc.
We can try some sort of things like that next race. For now, I'm just gonna focusing on this one. Then I can note down the times as well.
Let's have a look. Now look at this. It was the AlphaTauri driver involved. Thank goodness.
Might be some slight damage to his rear wing there. That's a usual one in Mexico. It's like actually pulling away now, but then again, this should be when he starts pulling away. Our soft tires should have lost enough time now that mediums are better. Schumacher is still kind of struggling to just hold on to the back there. As long as he manages to stick with the DRS train, I'm happy. Basically every lap they degrade by a certain amount of time. So the way I look at it is it starts immediately, most likely. So in this case, we have a quick look here on compound performance. We're running softs, they're running mediums. Softs are about 3/10 quicker a lap. I think the blue number is just that they are above 80% and they have max grip still. Like it's harder to cause accidents or something like that. So when I'm saying it now, it's basically that the 300s here have lasted 10 laps, meaning that these are now equal. And any lap beyond this, the softs are going to be slower than the mediums on. Provide they started with the same durability. KMAG is still just fighting though with Leclerc.
Ferrari advance the race position.
But this is still good. I am a bit disappointed though that again it seems like weight doesn't do anything. Just one of those things that are kind of important for your car.
Kev, you're doing a brilliant job here.
It is, but then again, for the next game, I would just love to see a more of a focus on the car itself, like the car having its own characteristics, like because of our design principles, this car eats tires, for instance. This car is very light on the tires, things like that. Fuel efficiency is good, bad. Again, that's engine, but generally, just being able to have engine stats fluctuate between seasons, for instance, would be neat. But I guess they didn't want to lock anyone who's playing, say, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, or the Renault manufacturer into a certain playstyle. But yeah, you can see we're losing pace now at lap 17 compared to the cars around. You probably can't buy the next game. Honestly, I'm gonna have a look at the next game once it comes out, and we'll see then.
Come on, let's close the gap.
Copy.
Let's have Schumacher go aggressive. And we're gonna pit Magnus in this lap. Where does he come out with the... Excuse me. I'm having some weird hiccups. 24 seconds. 20-ish. It'll be up between Show and Hamilton, hopefully. Yeah, they do go... They do pretty quickly go on sale, so I wouldn't be too concerned. Who are you watching, Mark?
Verstappen is crashed.
Copy.
Verstappen has crashed, hey. Doesn't look like any damage. Bournemouth? Oh. Who are they playing against? We got mediums. What we want to go on. Stopping crashing could benefit us.
We can take a look now. Now here we see.
Yeah, don't
Max
worry. If
Verstappen.
you nip away to watch your football team, I understand.
Verstappen off.
Yeah, so Magnussen did come out between Hamilton and Show by the looks of things, which is good. Free air. And Schumacher should be pitting once he gets around. That's football for you though. Like if you're unlucky, or rather unlucky or not, if you can't just score on your chances, you're not gonna have a good time. You're giving Eds the PTSD. Yeah. See how we're looking, because the rest should be like Verstappen destroyed his tires. Why haven't he pitted? What? Mick still being Mick? What did Mick do? Mick's okay. He's pitted, but like Verstappen apparently crashed on his own. Mick wasn't even close to him. Damaged the tire, but he hasn't pitted, so I guess he's still in a strategy. That's kind of weird. Oh yeah, Mick. I tried to offer him a new contract, 5 times the pay. He's said no. I was still going, Monza. It's been going well. We have won a few. We had a few weird ones. Mick's been crashing a lot. Yeah. It's been a ride, for sure. I just saw Mick being Mick and was I was sure that someone was about to, you know, throw him into the oven again.
A new race position for Haas.
We're doing good in terms of lap times. We are catching up by half a second to the cars in front. Yeah, we are going to be quite ahead here. So we're just running our races normally, Mark. KMAG's been winning quite a lot, honestly. We've had 6 wins so far. Shumi.
Okay.
Okay, it was Show. I thought it was crashing into Magnussen there a second.
Take a look at the replay. Now just focus on the Haas.
Shumi's been doing a lot of this
And they've
while
gone
you've been
wide.
gone.
Way wide. And that's the lockup.
At least he didn't damage nothing this time. He's getting better.
Red Bull
Yeah.
moved up.
Verstappen overtakes Schumacher. Okay, yeah. You are correct. Verstappen did overtake Schumacher because Schumacher wasn't even on the track. I feel like I'm in a fever dream right now, honestly. Looks like they pit onto hard tires now. He'll be running those to the end. Let's go and harvest a little bit while behind him. And then we can overtake, hopefully, in the future. P5, P9 for Spain? That's not bad. Did I just see a Leclerc off the track? Yep.
Was that a lockup on the track. Here's the replay.
Leclerc saw what
Okay,
Mick
here's
did and
the
looked
Ferrari.
like, was like, that looks like a fun time.
It's a lockup, and that could be costly.
To be fair though, I think what pissed him off with the contract was like, I'm saying like you get $500,000 for P3 or higher. Because he so rarely finishes. So it could be true. But yeah, he's had a mare of a season. Like he started okay, but then once he started getting into the points, it just went straight downwards. Unfortunately. We're still kind of like looking good. Mick isn't really gaining under 2 Red Bulls, but that's kind of what we expected. Magnus is just barely pulling ahead out front. He's been on low morale for a few races because he DNF'd like three or four races in a row. Crashed in Singapore, crashed in Suzuka, crashed in the race before Singapore.
I'm sorry about this bit.
And now he's just
Yeah, good.
having some
Understood.
fun. So basically he's having bad
Sounds like a
results.
spin.
That causes bad morale, and it looks like it's just an never-ending, you know, cycle at this stage. You better be sorry about this bit. Yeah. You aren't sorry about the spin. You will be. Could you imagine Toto Wolff on the radio after Schumacher goes, sorry about the spin? Or Horner for that matter, both of them would be fun to listen to. But yeah, it looks like we aren't really burning even half of the extra fuel that we brought along. Honestly, that would be a fun bit, Mark. Just to take a compilation of Schumacher mistakes from this save and just put over the no Mikey no. Honestly though, the only reason why Toto would be on the radio was if Schumacher started complaining about the mistakes he's making. Other than that, I don't think he would honestly care. But yeah. Just take the Abu Dhabi voice line and put it over whenever Schumacher has an accident. Hopefully we can get Bottas for Schumacher, get 5th maybe. I don't know if we're looking in terms of lap times. They're almost equal. We are running a bit slower now than the cars behind us because of wear. But once we get onto... hopefully the better tires, it'll help. They'll stick on these to the end, which should make them fairly slow later on. Yeah. We'll have about a second advantage later on. If not more. We are getting kind of hunted down by the Red Bulls with their fresh engines. It's kind of scary. But as long as we come out ahead of Bottas once we pit, I think we're fine. Honestly. Push aggressive for a couple of laps. Doing is a great choice. Honestly, Mark. Pusher is good. No, Pusher is also good.
If you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy.
Pusher is good. Piastri is good. Behrman is good. So if you want a young driver, Behrman is, I believe, 17. Yeah. Dune and Pusher both have a great what's it called? I don't remember. Look. We're gonna delay it by 1 lap. Great growth multipliers? Yeah. I was trying to do 3 things at once and it kind of short-circuited my brain. I think we'll just push for a couple extra laps with these boys. Just so we save a bit of wear on the next set of mediums.
Oh, there's a spin!
Yeah, most of the new gens just start with very low starting points, honestly. I forgot to fix Magnussen, so he is pitting now. I forgot to delay. Please get out ahead of Bottas. Can also push for a couple more laps with Schumacher before we pit. Magnussen does have free air now up to Leclerc, so we'll see how the lap times actually look.
Seems to have been a lockup.
Any difference in tire wear? Do the drivers have a lot of difference in the smoothness too? Oh yeah, we maximized fuel part. No, apparently weight doesn't have anything to say. By the looks of things. We had I think we had 17 kilos to begin with. So, and we still had really no problems in the beginning, at least, to keep up with the guys in front. This medium strategy might not be the best, though. As you can see, Verstappen is putting in some pretty good lap times himself. We'll have to see if we can make something by the end.
Oh, and Ferrari just gained a place.
It wouldn't really surprise me if it is a huge difference. Schumacher could overtake it. Okay, but because I forgot to pit him. It's better to just pit him onto... Nah, Sub won't do it here. Nah, it was more just like a funny little test, honestly. Doesn't seem like it has too much of an effect on anything. Wait. So... That's basically what we came up to. We can just overload the car to maximum and just push the engine the entire way. I think Magnussen will get Leclerc. The Red Bulls are going to be more of a challenge. Fresh Red Bull engines, turns out they're actually kind of good. My strategy probably also needed a bit of work, potentially. We'll see what Schumacher ends up, because I kind of screwed him over by leaving him out for a lap or two more than he should be. Okay, let me know the results, love. Would be nice to know.
Oh, big lock up there.
Russell with a
Let's see
lockup?
what happened there. Now let's look at this. Here's George
Yeah, there's no
Russell.
reason to do max, that's true,
They've
but
locked
like
up,
6,
but that
7
could have been
kilograms
much
extra
worse.
doesn't seem to be a problem. Yeah, let me know how it looks, Sloth, and if it has any real effect. Yeah, engine degradation, basically, would be nice to know. Schumacher is making moves. Nice to see.
Haas with an overtake.
Schumacher got
Let's take a
Alonso.
closer look. Right, watch this. There's Schumacher.
Very nice. Just DRS down the straight. I think he can get Bottas at least. Science is going to be a big ask. But we have Magnussen now taking Leclerc. 10 seconds down to Perez.
Is that a new
We're
race
gaining 2
position for
seconds a
Haas?
lap now on Perez. 1.5 on Verstappen. This might actually work out. Because within 10 laps, if this keeps up, we're going to be within striking distance of Verstappen. So we might just barely get him here at the end. So it might not have been as bad of a strategy as I initially thought. But we shall see. Oh yeah, that's more like it. Now we're about equal on lap times. The other one was just an anomaly. Unless we got held up by someone.
It's a race position gained for Mercedes.
Because we are gaining now. Yeah, about a second again, so... It's gonna be close. Let's see, Schumacher behind Russell.
Did somebody spin out there?
Go with a spin. I'm Norwegian, from Norway. Played with a lot of English people from all over the globe, like British people, Americans, Canadians. So I have a bit of a mix of everyone's accents as a result. We're really struggling with getting by Russell here. Latifi, give me DRS. Russell is kind of being a roadblock at the moment. Run just the overtake to the end there, see if we can get him. And if not, we're going to just have to recharge for a lap or two. And stick close enough, we might be able to make a move.
Yeah.
We're going to need the harvest, unfortunately. 10 laps to go, 10 seconds behind. Paris looks doable. Looks a bit too much to ask, maybe, to get Verstappen as well. We gained 6/10 on Verstappen that last lap, so looks unfortunately not possibly. It's a very long race and feels drawn out. I can see that. A little English accent. Full conservative, full pushing was very shocking, actually. Okay. Was there a massive difference? Full push barely does anything. Yeah.
It's a race position gained for a Mercedes.
In terms of engine wear, yeah. This isn't like a 1 percentage point difference. Please get the Russell. Can't get by him, eh? Magnussen is getting within striking distance of Perez. Again, it's going to be difficult for us to get Verstappen in. So it's what it just... Yeah, going 7 liters full. Okay.
We've just had a spin.
Basically, overfuel your car. To be fair though, the physics engine at least isn't really well developed for this game. You can see the way the car slide around after they crash. Yeah, so basically you overfuel on every track you can for an advantage. It's basically, I guess, the consensus here. We are kind of suffering here, though, with, again, also Paris. I need to try and get a pass ASAP. There we go.
Is that a lockup?
Although this right here is kind of dangerous because it could get us immediately back again. Now, Schumacher is a different problem here. We have Bottas, we have Russell. Recharge while running a bit aggressive might work. Let's just slow it down. We have Magnussen where we want him to be. We just need him out ahead of Paris. Unfortunately, we can't get Verstappen. There is a couple of tracks that is max fuel, yeah. But for those that aren't, it's actually kind of great. What is this? Okay. That was That was unnecessary. I think we lost the chance to attack now because of the back markers. I'll have to see here. Yeah, we got outside of DRS for both these cars. Well, Schumacher has 2 laps yet to go, so it shouldn't be too problematic. Just push it to the end.
No management required, so push as much as you can.
Copy that.
Guess we are gonna just gamble it because we probably won't get caught up by Hamilton,
We'll
so
catch
even
these
if we
guys.
waste our tires, it would be worth it.
Starting final lap.
Game too easy? Once you learn how to
Go
play
for
the
that.
game, it can definitely become too easy, yeah. But I wouldn't necessarily want more
Looks
difficulty.
like there's been a lockup.
Verstappen with the lockup, is he slowing down a lot? Nah. Didn't really lose any time. But yeah, I wouldn't really like a difficulty for difficulty's sake. I would like difficulty in terms of just complexity, making the cars, the drivers, a bit more individualistic than all of them just being identical. Yeah, unfortunately, Schumacher seems to be lagging a little bit behind here. And go full attacker on Magnussen, just get it to
Push
the
as
end.
much as you can.
Copy that.
But on that, William, again, it's just getting more mechanics, more things like that into the game. Well, P2 for Magnussen isn't bad. Making all...
Checkered flag.
They can't really catch up to the
Well done, man.
Russell,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Kevin, you did an awesome job.
But still, we can be happy with a P2. P2 fastest lap. That's good. 1-3 for Red Bull. 4-5 for Ferrari. But that's going points for Alpha. And 7th and 9th for Merc is... it's actually really, really good for us. Magnussen now is just a single point behind Perez for 4th place. Verstappen winning. Does kind of put him potentially out of reach here. We'll have to see. Depends on who wins the last couple of races. And in the Constructors' Championship now, we have overtaken Merc. But I don't see us taking Red Bull or Ferrari anytime soon. We failed a guarantee finish position. Yeah, I think I said both drivers in top 6. That is understandable. I'll give you a breaking point there. Good, sir. New ATR period. We're exceeding expectations. Suspension design completed. Is all right. And we aren't going to manufacture this one because it's basically just a cooling boost. And we're going to try and get that cooling boost going for... Not the chassis. Why would we do that? Suspension. Get some brake cooling going again. For next season. That would bring our expertise up to 59 and 8% gain, which would be good. Apparently we can't do... We need to rush it if we want to do it, because we can't actually make parts after the last race. So we're gonna rush that for more cooling next year. Yeah, we have Brazil coming up. Gonna have to have a look there and see exactly how much fuel we get, and I'll consider underfueling it a little bit, because what's been looking so far is that Underfuel probably is actually nerfing yourself quite hard. So we'll have to see there what we do. Don't worry, Slav. I am preparing for the next race right now. My current time is 23:25 or 11:25 p.m. depending on the way you use time. For a second there, Slav, I thought you were drinking like Red Bull coffee. Someone was planning to not sleep at all. Let's head to race weekend. I think we're ready.
The carnival atmosphere has already started here in Sao Paulo as Brazil welcomes the Formula One Grand Prix. The Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache has been a staple of the racing calendar for decades, and soon we'll once again be watching the best drivers in the world give it their all. The Sao Paulo track is beautifully designed to present an enticing challenge for teams and drivers alike. Between medium-speed S-corners, hill climbs, and the high-speed section after Junsao, this circuit calls for cars to have
I was just getting something to drink. Sorry. I don't know. I'll have to see how much energy I have after this race. I would like to complete this season, but there's also a lot of season prep for next season. So, I'll be not sure, Pano, but at least we're doing Brazil. Maybe even just finishing it up because it is getting late. I shall make a decision after the race. I don't dare to promise anything in either direction. That was for 10 at me, so you can stay up tonight. Well, at least I can promise you this. I'll be finishing the this season only at maximum, so at most there will be 2 more races, but I might just say that I'm going to bed off this one, depending on if it takes a lot out of me or not. Yeah. I'm thinking that maybe I'll just finish up after this one. The goal was to finish, but it is getting late. So I'll have to see how long this takes. Because sometimes they do take a long time because they are interesting. So it'll depend on that. There we go, Jack. I remembered him. Just barely. Just barely. There we go, that should be correct. How about looking good? Yep. Dragovic. Yeah, sorry about that. I did chuck him now. Didn't mean to give you a scare there. Good. Let's gamble that way. Then get back to the optimal. You calling a nice love? Have a good evening if you do. It's been fun. I'm glad you showed up. Yeah, I'm starting to feel you too, honestly. I might have been overly confident in trying to finish this season. But I have been having enough fun that that's probably why I decided to try. So I'll see after the race if I continue or not. But the VODs will be up if you're interested in having a look what happened. We'll have to be happy with that. Moderate rain for quality, that's always fun. That is fair, Kieran. I understand, honestly. There we go. We'll have to see if this ERS... Honestly, we should just use the new one. There's just 2 races left. There's no need to keep it on life support, so to speak. Let's see, did it stop raining yet? No, we're good. They, I was about to say that they spawn like that, but they started like that, yeah. Lasted. Just how things are. I wish you could just move them around as needed, like decide your car 1 or your car 2. Live with it. Damn, Schumacher's really...
I'm sorry.
We can take a look now.
I was about to
Now
praise
just
Mick, like,
focus
oh,
on
you're
the
really
Haas.
close to Magnussen there, and then you just do a
Understood.
Cinderella. I think we're safe though, so I should need to do another run here. Makes sense, Pano. Car2 used to be mass, yeah.
Oh, we've had a spin.
Spinner. It's interesting to see how close the McLarens and the Mercs are on this quali, honestly. That's not usually how it goes. Well, you're both right, so it's not a problem.
Okay, you're coming back to us now, Mick.
I say that, and then the Mercs just go and place themselves in between us. Is this the rainy one? Not yet. Actually, surprised at just how much degradation there actually is in Brazil.
Radio check, Mick.
It is actually quite rough. Livestream chat is just one small community. Yeah, it's the remaining players of this game.
It looks like to us it's raining.
Rain did begin. Okay, we should be safe then.
Copy.
This could be interesting for Verstappen and Perez. I think they'll make it through. But it's still interesting to see what happens here. We're safe for sure. Verstappen made it safe, potentially. Paris also just barely made it. Well, barely. 6/10 is more than that, but still. That could have worked out in our favor. A little bit more if we were lucky. You fallen asleep? Yeah, sorry, man.
Radio check.
Let's get this qualifying race over with.
Or is it improving at all? It looks like to us it's not raining.
It is indeed not raining. You're not wrong. I do find it funny, like the delayed messages in quali. Get on some fresh softs here for both cars. Paris has ran out of fuel, I think, unless it crashed
I
somewhere.
think that was a
It did crash.
Let's have a look. We're just watching the Red Bull.
Going a bit too hard into turn 1.
Oh, Oh, a nasty crash there.
Actually hard enough to DQ. Don't want to miss the underfuel rates. Yeah. That was a bad quality from us, all things considered. 5th and 8th. Gonna start second row though, thanks to Hamilton having a penalty. But yeah, not the best quality we've ever had. To be fair though, we haven't put in an upgrade in like, I don't know how many races. A few. You managed to crack the formula? For AI runs? Please enlighten us. 24-second pit lane, that's fairly okay. 3/10 advantage on soft versus medium. 10 laps-ish again. Go on. Hard and medium being basically equal in this track. Well, rather hard's being better than the mediums. Degradation is just so high though, that's the thing. So medium, hard, medium is probably the best bet. Fastest time in session, double it. That would actually not be a bad formula. That would kind of work, honestly. Let's see, fuel-wise, underfuel. Let's try and underfuel 3 laps, which is kind of rough. Underfueling maximum here would be 4 laps, actually, yeah. Honestly, let's try max underfuel and see if we can actually make that up. And I think this is going to hurt our race pace quite significantly, honestly. But it could be interesting to see, especially now we recently have tried maximum fuel, and see what the difference feels like. And we're gonna go overtake. Can't really push fuel there because we don't have none. What's gonna happen here, I think, is that we're gonna find someone to huddle behind, and we're just gonna have to recover fuel for most of the race. So let's see how this goes for us.
I hope I'm not tempted. And now, it's time for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
We're minus 5.5 kilos. This could be this could be rough. Yeah, that's the thing. I wanted to see if it actually helps with your speed now in the beginning.
Good job.
Like if we can get overtakes done.
Haas with an overtake there.
Schumacher immediately got Bottas. Can I get revenge on Russell? Magnussen fighting Leclerc. Got the move done. Can we get Sainz as well?
Good job, Kev.
Mix fighting the Merc. Kinda got blocked there. And then we slide by. You do have a fairly, like, generous gap at the end there. It's the... So you can wait a 5-10, well, if you have it at 1 times, 5 or so seconds after the last car's lead usually, and still be safe. Schumacher did get Russell. So far it's looking good, but it might be another case of the fact that we are going to need to hang behind another car and use DRS to even get it any close to recharging this. Yeah, we did test a bit of overfuel last time out at 16 kilos of extra fuel, and we were still running faster but with push than the cars around us. So doesn't seem like weight has too much to say, honestly. If it did, we'd be flying a bit easier beyond these cars. And their engines are getting on the lower end.
Good job,
They're
Mick.
not as powerful no more. Mick getting Leclerc is good. Can he catch up here and get the RS?
DRS enabled.
Gonna
Nice
have
work, Kev.
to deploy. Oh. Did you just say nice work, Kev, and then I saw a man get a penalty? Yeah, true that too, Edster, to be fair. Let's see, what kind of damage should we take? It's just front wing? No, it's suspension, so we don't even need to pit. Tires did get damaged. That's gonna suck. We're gonna need an extra pit stop. I don't even know what happened here.
It's a crash, and it's more than one car. Let's take a look at the replay. Okay, here's the Ferrari.
Okay, so Magnussen started spinning, the Ferrari was in the way,
They'll have felt that.
and he just slapped it. Nah, Magnus actually spun and crashed as a result of said spin. So it was, interestingly enough, like not a direct crash, just bad luck. Hello, Sean. But that was kind of mad, honestly. It's just bad luck. He clapped signs though, yeah, and the tire is busted. His suspension is damaged. Thing though is that he lost half durability on the mediums as well, so we might have to just push here. Honestly, we probably just should just push. Push aggressive for a couple of laps.
Come on, Kev.
Go in, get the softs, run them on maybe light. But the other concern is that we're not regaining any fuel, so we might actually have both drivers run out here.
Try to do some lift and coast.
So we're gonna switch it over to conserve for a little bit.
Haas with an overtake there.
See if we can regain some of our fuel before we get too late into the race. But it does seem to slow us down quite a bit. Like, let's have a look here. Your max last was 14.9. That's 4/10 already. So if underfueling it hits it by half a second a lap, then it's definitely not worth. It's definitely worth to just overfuel it hard then. But we'll give him a couple more laps to test it. For now though, we are gonna have to go on the softs. And we're gonna have to use them normally. Gonna delay it by one.
Ferrari advance the race position.
See for this one. 15:30. Yeah, it's again 4/10 that we're losing by doing this. And it makes it hard to keep up with the cars in front as well. So underfueling so far, definitely I would say it's not worth it. We won't be able to keep up with the cars in front. .2 seconds stop time. I think that's one of our better ones, but it's still not great. Let's see here. Run standard. We might even have to run light for a bit here. Yeah, the thing is, Blasted, as Kieran's saying, so far
It's a
what we've
race
seen,
position gained for Mercedes.
particularly from the last race where we fueled the car by quite a bit, 16 kilograms, it didn't really slow us down in any way, shape, or form. Multiple cars have crashed. Okay. Is one of them us? Vettel?
There's contact. It's chaos on the track. Let's see what
So
happened there.
it's kind of
Now
it's
look
kind of
at
a weird
this.
one. It seems like fuel just isn't the fuel weight isn't simulated, basically. It's a bit of a weird one. But it's gonna need me to just have a save file I can run a few times to properly test. But it's an interesting one to have a look at. So as I said, I might give it a go a bit later on. Have a look to see if it has any tangible difference, because right now it's gonna take so many laps to just regain the fuel that it's not even funny. I should just try to underfuel by one lap to test. Yeah, you'd have to micromanage and have someone pull you in a DRS train. So even then, it's not really worth. Especially since we didn't see any like massive gains in speed. Like we had 5 kilograms less fuel, but the pace we had was pretty much equal to the guys around us. The reason why we overtook was overtake. So I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one, honestly. Unfortunately. That's the reason why we were saying earlier, Blast, that the best strategy forwards is probably also just slap in 5-6 extra kilograms of fuel in your car and just run push for the entire race, because it doesn't really have to, like, the loss you get from tire degradation is more than worth it in terms of the extra pace you get.
Haas with an overtake.
I'll have to see what we do here though, because again, we still need to gain 3.4 kilograms of fuel. So I think we binned this race as a result.
Red Bull gained a place.
Funny thing is, Mick is still able to fight Perez even in this state.
Is that a new race position for Haas?
See, pit stopping.
We've just had a car run wide.
Thing is though, we do save tire wear by looks of things by running conserved fuel.
Yeah, copy.
So what we could try is actually running aggressive combined with lack of fuel, and see if that makes up for the loss of time. Yeah. Yeah, he's still gonna get overtaken. He's still gonna get in trouble at times. I'm thinking we're gonna try and actually run the entire stint on the hards here on aggressive and see if that has an effect for us. Since we're trying to regain fuel. This might also help us here with the softs, because we can get them going hards and then mediums. We shall see. If you can make up for the fuel loss by running high tire deg, because as you can see, let's have a quick look at Schumacher in particular, since he didn't have any accidents. He's saving quite a bit of tire degradation by running conserve, but as you said, we lost about 4/10 a lap. So basically, if we can make up for that by running a more aggressive tire strategy, that would be neat. Get a driver to a perfect 100.
Haas with an overtake there.
The Schumacher is going to come out behind Paris, I think. Magnussen with a little spinner. Let's try and put him to aggressive and see if that actually kind of cancel it out for us. See if he actually ends up above what is expected for aggressive too. So let's see that for Mick and see how that works out. Magnussen is going to have to pit fairly soon. He did have another spinner. Same corner too. I never have good luck in Brazil on my first save, it looks like. Unfortunately. Get the hards going. Good night. Oh, we had another spinner.
All eyes on Kevin Magnussen here.
That's his third spin this race. Good night, Mark. Hope you have a good sleep. I think I'm gonna go to bed after this one. Guess there's gonna be a bunch of micromanagement before the next season starts. Kill issue count? Yeah. To be fair though, I'd be very happy if Magnussen just got all the shenanigans done this race, rather than having a single shenanigan over the course of 10 races. Like one shenanigan every race. Like if he just gets all of it out here, I'll be happy. Mick is still doing a good job though, like honestly.
Haas with an overtake.
And I'm looking forward to seeing if conserve plus aggressive might be something, because then I'm gonna have to test like push normal, push maybe light, and see if they are equal or not in terms of race strategy.
Sounds like someone's locked up.
Good night, bastard. Hope you have a good evening. I'll be finishing this one up and then I'm going to bed too, I think. Forget to turn off OPDRS. Yeah. Makes consistent 6th place. Is he though? Fortunately, I don't think Magnussen is going to be finishing anywhere close to the points this race. And looking at this, like even aggressive isn't enough. Like, say, look at this. This is what the aggressive is. This is what the aggressive is supposed to be. But it seems to be following the standard line. So if you want to underfuel your car, you'd have to make up for it by running. You can make up for it by running aggressive, and then it will follow the strategy. Honestly, Magnussen has parts to do the final race with, I think. Yeah, like he has this to begin with, so I think we're perfectly fine, unless of course he bends it. But I don't think it will matter that much for now. So yeah, we ran Mick last lap on a 13.8. That was with the 2 aggressive plus conserve. Let's see what this one ends up with. If it's any better. That's actually slower. That's interesting. It's still the same. 13.8. I guess since he's fighting someone, we won't get proper numbers anyways. Half develop, half research. More focus on airflow and cooling. Yeah. Ah, Schumacher this time.
Right, watch this. There's Schumacher. And yes,
Luckily enough, we
that's
didn't
where this
have
went out.
someone run into him and get us a red flag.
The team are really disappointed.
But he retained
with
his 6th
that.
place because
Let's
he
hope
blocked
it
the road.
doesn't set them back too badly.
What a strategy from Schumacher. But yeah, it seems like underfueling is for sure not something that is gonna benefit you, unfortunately. Banala. Yeah, it would probably help.
I think we've had a car run wide.
We might need to change the focus a little bit, but I think we are fine for now. Agnes Note is not having a good time back here. Although he is kind of finding his way back upwards again. We'll see if we can get him into the points by the end. Schumacher just chilling in 6th at the moment. We'll have to see what we do there too. Give him a couple more laps on these tires before we go medium. Yeah, basically that's what I figured out. Like, if you just focus racecraft enough, and like do your car tryhardy, you will be so far ahead. Even if you bin it or spin, you'll be so far ahead that it doesn't really matter. So, but if in a limitation game, control might actually be a bit more important because you won't be that far ahead of the others. So it's an interesting one for sure. I'll see. Let's get Schumacher in on his new mediums to the end. I think that should be okay. And Magnussen can probably also go in and get the mediums to the end. This has been kind of a weird one, honestly, from all perspectives, simply just because we tested the underfuel. But underfuel for sure is not the play here. It's just gonna hurt you. It's just gonna destroy your race, honestly. Overfuel is the way to go if you're gonna do either of those two strategies. Let's see if Magnussen can get back into the points. It would be quite a trip. And he does have some damaged suspension, so we'll have to see how much that does to his lap times. He is running faster than everyone up to Bottas, though, so we shall see. Schumacher 2 is actually getting hunted by Bottas right now.
Looks like that was a position gained for Alfa Romeo.
Yes, fighting with Bottas isn't the worst thing Mick could be doing right now.
Haas with an overtake.
Magnussen is gaining, but again, it's just 11 laps to go. He needs a bit more, unfortunately.
Locked up.
Okay.
Let's take a closer look. Now,
Okay,
just
so
focus.
hopefully we're getting out all the weird
I'm
things
very,
this
very,
race.
very, very sorry. Jesus.
Crash as well? Yeah, okay.
Okay, Nick, are you okay there?
I don't know what just happened.
Not necessarily, but then again, my Haas has damage. That's the problem. Are we really surprised? No, not really. I think with this, we actually just retire Mick. He probably won't get any points. And we kind of need the components for the last race. Unfortunately. Just how it be.
Crash. Sounds like a single car.
We have
Let's
components
a look.
for
Now,
Magnussen, so he can
focus
just
on
run the race to the
Haas.
end.
And there we see the
Mick really didn't like the cameraman.
Stop the car, Mick. Stop the car.
Copy.
Yeah, I don't think Magnussen is probably not getting points either here, but he might pull something here if he gets Rick on the DRS straight, and that gives them enough speed to get to the others. We shall see. Go some aggressive driving here for the last few laps. 4 seconds behind.
Is that a
3
new
seconds
race
behind.
position for Haas?
Jake Benham. Magnussen is potentially getting points here. I'm actually surprised. We can make something happen here with the movements. Maybe slow it down a bit. Getting Ocon. Can we get Norris and Show too, maybe? There's a few points. Well, Ocon came back at us quite aggressively. The strategy is bugged.
5 laps remaining.
5 laps remaining? Excuse me? Oh yeah, these tires fell off a cliff the second we started pushing. It's gonna be rough, this, actually. We have about equal tires. And we're a lap behind, so we're not gonna actually do the full race. Guess that allows us to just run aggressively and sector 2 yellow. What is going on? Some more spinning?
That's a spin!
From Sonoda this time.
If you've got some margin, try to increase the pace a little bit.
Copy that.
Guess the only thing I can do is really just harvest. Paris with Leclerc. That would be one hell of a lineup.
Four laps remaining.
See if we can get a move made here. I really want this ascended command. Or a drive like a madman command would be nice too.
Charge on.
Copy.
Twenty-four car's gonna be mad. Yeah, I can see that happening. You've been focusing underfloor, Marty? Maddie? I don't know why I called you Marty. Sorry. Yeah, the suspension damage would have to hit us quite hard here, I think, unfortunately.
3 laps remaining.
It is supposedly minor damage, but the car is suffering. The RS train is just a bit too hard to break. That's fair. Yeah, couldn't get it done. Science came and nabbed us too there. Let's see if this works. It would be hilarious if it did, but I doubt it.
Max Verstappen over the finish line, and today's
Did
winner.
get close though, but close isn't enough, unfortunately.
Checkered flag.
Yeah, we were low on fuel, but
We were back.
we don't do all the laps because we were lapped. So we skipped the last one, so I could have pushed fuel earlier. That's my bad. But yeah, this was a bad race. So yeah, don't underfuel your car, lads, or everything will go to crap, really. Verstappen 1, Leclerc 2nd, Russell 3rd, Hamilton 4th, Perez 5th. Alonso though 6th, that's nice. Bottas 7th, Show 9th, and we have a McLaren in the points. But yeah, this does put us in quite a predicament before the last one. We kind of have to win if we want 4th for Magnussen. And for the constructors, we have to destroy the Mercs if we won third. So kind of shot ourselves in the foot there by testing low fuel, unfortunately, but that's fine. It was fun. Kind of getting where we want to be to with the challenge restrictions, if need be. But yeah, I'm sorry to everyone who was expecting me to finish the season. I'm gonna call it here. I'm tired too. Probably playing a bit worse as a result. We'll do Abu Dhabi tomorrow sometime. Probably it's around the same time actually as I started today. And I think the goal is going to be do Abu Dhabi, then sit down for a little chat, and basically to the people who are interested, feel free to come. Feel free to come and we'll talk restrictions for season 2. We'll have a look at how the car for this year is also going to look against the car for next year, because we haven't done any research. That is one thing. So I think it's 10% we lose across each part. So we'll see where we stack up at the start of next season with that in mind. Internal import condition, we should probably refurbish it, honestly. We can refurbish the safety. I wish you could just refurbish them when you wanted to. That would be nice. Schumacher's low morale? Yeah, I know. It's just how things be sometimes. But yeah. Thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed, and I hope to see you tomorrow. We'll figure out what we do then in terms of adding restrictions, removing restrictions, see if we can maybe find some new gens, because it would seem like Schumacher has decided that we won't be able to renew his contract. We'll see. Drogovic, we could move him forwards too. Yes. I'm glad you guys enjoyed. It was fun streaming. And again, I'll be here tomorrow and we'll finish off the season then. Thank you all very much. Thank you for the donation, Viv, if you're still here. And again, see you all next time. Bye bye.